Bash down, bash down, bash down. Bash down, bitch. Bash down, bash down, bash down, bash down, bash down, bash down. Bash down. Ah. What? Ah. No, don't run, you fucker. No, don't run. He's young too. I was beat on him. Bash down. Yeah, they can't do enough damage to kill me, which is good. Bash down. Bash down. Bash down. You're so... Bash down. Ah, you're so annoying. Bash down. Punch. Bash down. How was that? Oh, that was that. Oh, that was the other one. This one's gonna run, isn't he? This fucking dick. Yep, he's gonna run. This guy's so annoying. Punch this stick to death. Ah, they're always gonna run. Can I even do this? Maybe I can. I don't know. There. Just tame him. I'd rather just level them in the graveyard than deal with this, frankly. I should get one I can ride, and I should kill one so I can feed them all. Which won't take that long. Why did I forget arrows? It's so annoying. Okay, there's that guy. He's 11, which is like no good. I might as well use him for food, maybe. Where'd the other one go? That's a Belbus, is it? Yeah, that's a Belbus. Yeah, that's a Belbus. I don't want him. There's the other pig. Dick-ass pig. I punched him for 10. See if he's like level 24. Ah. So annoying. Why did I forget my arrows? I failed to tame for some reason. I failed to tame for some reason. Fuck. Stop running. Ooh, is that a wolf? Wolf. I heard a wolf, but I think it's inside the mountain or something. No, it's right. Oh. Ah, you missed. You're so annoying. Oh, the fucking land. The land. Come on, man. Punch the pig. Punch the fucking pig. So annoying. Please be level 24. Failed to tame. Nope. This is so annoying. Just go kill him. Let's go home. I never dreamed I'd have to run this. It took so much more time than I thought. Really gotta remember ammo next time. Damn it. That's a player? No, it's bandits. Outlaws. That would be very bad for me. Hello? 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 Oh, there you are. Hello? Oh, okay, you want to do dinner. Okay, right on. Sounds good to me. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that sounds fun. Okay, sounds good. I'll look forward to it. Love, bye. Call me when you're ready. Oops, function. I don't want to or I'll die. Want him to run that way. I think it's gonna work. I think I'm gonna get him. I think I'm gonna get right out of here. Thank God. I'm gonna get what I came for without arrows. Here we go. Hopefully this gets him. Get knocked. Come on, tame. Got him. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now I'm going to bandage him. And I'm going to go... Okay, so he is a... At 31, he's my... there we go. B. Okay, so A's forceful headbutt. B's forceful headbutt. A's fight back. B's fight back. There we go. Then we're going to bandage A again. And we'll kill another Razorback. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, but...
Regarding the animal neglect, you had Asman quick to point out that Emmy has spent tens of thousands of dollars on care for the rabbits and clearly cared for them.
As I said, I've never seen any evidence of that. Everything, I mean, again, like whenever she's in her new house and in the house before that, the rabbits were being taken care of and they weren't being abused. You could ask Bonnie and Senna that. It's just bullshit.
And also with this, I'll say, this is kind of just the tip of the iceberg, really, where there's all sorts of things kind of shooting off from this. We're now seeing old clips of things surfacing of Ms. Kip at best being a huge dick to his ex Maya Higa. But hey, for now, that is generally where we are. We're gonna have to wait to see how this plays out. And of course, I'd love to know your opinion, but especially if you're someone that's been in this space, you're very familiar with it. What are your thoughts, opinions, and takeaways here? But then next up in the news, millions of Americans are about to lose access to food in just a few days, not because there's no money, but because the Trump administration won't spend the money it already has. Right? And to be clear, we're talking about SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, otherwise known as food stamps. And it provides more than 42 million Americans in the United States with money to buy food. So we're talking about 1 out of every 8 people living in this country, mostly children, working people, older Americans, veterans, and people with disabilities. And with this, you've got Joel Berg, the head of the nonprofit Hunger Free America, warning if the SNAP program shuts down, we will have the most mass hunger suffering we've had in America since the Great Depression. Right? And the reason we're here is the government shutdown, which is now the second longest in U.S. history. But also, here's the thing. Even though this shutdown, it started almost a month ago, the administration actually took steps ahead of time to make sure that SNAP benefits were paid at least until the end of October. And so then with that, last week, you had Democratic lawmakers sending a letter to Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins asking that something be done to keep the program going next month as well, right? USDA still has significant funding available in SNAP's contingency reserve, which Congress provides precisely for this reason. That can be used to fund the bulk of November benefits. So then in response, you had a USDA memo simply blaming congressional Democrats, claiming that, quote, contingency funds are not legally available to cover regular benefits. But then going on to claim that the money is reserved only for contingencies like natural disasters, noting that Hurricane Melissa is currently swirling in the Caribbean and could reach Florida. While wanting to be ready for a natural disaster may at least seem, somewhat reasonable at first glance, a very key thing here is that the Trump administration has also made massive changes at FEMA that employees and outside experts have warned make the country less prepared. But then also, beyond that, the memo appeared to directly contradict earlier guidance from USDA detailing its plan for a lapse in funding, which noted congressional intent is evident that SNAP's operation should continue since the program has been provided with multi-year contingency funds to ensure that operations continue during a shutdown. But wouldn't you know it, under this presidency, that has been taken down from the department's website. So with all this, you're seeing legal experts saying that this new argument, it doesn't make much sense, with, for example, one former White House budget official who's now the senior director of the federal budget policy at the Center for American Progress saying, if there's not enough money, you can use it. That is the point of the contingency fund, right? And adding that because SNAP is an entitlement program, it's considered mandatory spending, meaning that the department must use the pot of money, which is then also why you're seeing people like David Super, a law professor at Georgetown University and a federal budget expert, calling the memo's rationale absurd and adding, nothing in the law imposes that limit of using contingency funding only for natural disasters, and saying both the first Trump administration and this administration, as recently as the end of September, said these funds were available in the case of lapses in appropriations. This is blatantly lawless. And then adding to that, there's a certain irony to the fact that
they just
in
want to
other
fuck
cases,
poor
the administration
people.
may actually be breaking the law by diverting funds to do things like pay federal agents. And so you've got Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries trying to sound the alarm, arguing that the administration has the resources to ensure that no Americans go without food after November 1st, and accusing Republicans of trying to weaponize hunger. With Jeffries and later adding it would be a disgusting dereliction of duty to halt the food assistance. But all of this is on the other side. With the Trump administration, they've continued to defend itself by blaming the Democrats. One of the ways they did that is you had the USDA posting notice on its website announcing that federal food aid won't go out November 1st, and adding Senate Democrats have now voted 12 times to not fund the food stamp program. Bottom line, the well is run dry. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 1st, and saying we are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out.
Wow, that was a lot more tense than I thought it would be. Jesus Christ. It was kind of brutal, frankly. No arrows sucks. Okay, we got the pigs we need. They will level. Tonight we're having meatloaf. Grass thread, grass cloth. I guess I should go look at maybe buying some earth crystals. I could just do that. Yeah, I'm not defenseless anymore. Bandits. Too melee, not too good. Got him. Tense, but you know, yeah. Go make a couple of pig bags. Did I get everything? Yeah, I got everything. No, log to rust. I just wanted to like get some pigs, get towards the daily bandit a little bit, and come in like when the server's down or something like that. I'll pop in mortal and I'll do a little bit incident to work. Okay, so that was the worst pull. I probably don't need them again for a while. I'm gonna leave them to level. Oops. These weather effects are way better on retail than on private. There is stuff that you get on retail that you just don't get on private, which is cool. I suppose I should take a quest. Exploring the Trove. Amen Trove. Remove that one. Crawlers, spoil, conflict Gideus. I don't think I'm going back to Gideus anytime soon, so I'm going to drop it. And we'll take conflict. Helldiver. Let's go see where Helldiver spawns. Baku. Booberimu. And oh good, the place I'm going is where Helldiver spawns. Let's go see what's his spawn lottery spawn from a zoo. So if I kill birds around the lighthouse, I'll get Helldiver. Okay. Zoos. And probably air elementals. Oh, it's water elemental. Never mind. But in any event, by the lighthouse, which is that direction, that thing, I am to kill zoos. Eastern half of K9 to L9. Ah, that's probably the pop. Yeah, this is a good place to level. I like this zone. There's the other placeholder, probably that zoo. $28. So when I hit 75, I can immediately become maging, or start maging in trials. I hate the sound of the pigs. It's kind of annoying, actually. Okay, I'm gonna go back and kill some bandits. Two healers. And my pig got higher level. Alright, gonna quit this game. It was a good session. Hopefully these zombie servers up. Oh, there's Helldiver. What's he supposed to drop? A wing edge. Oh. I mean, it's not a bad boomerang. I can see Scholar White Mage being really, really good for healing. It's good to put Rust back in my rotation. This is the rotation I wanted. It's okay. Now... Yeah, we'll place like... Okay, that concludes my HyperNet business. I've kind of shaved it down to about 15, so it doesn't take up that much of my time. And as I get braver, I'll just do more and more just LSIs, and I'll just stick to LSIs on the HyperNet, because it is a nice little margin, you know. So, yeah, looking good with DLSS. Maybe they fixed the client so it's not, like, fucking around anymore. I don't know. It seems like it's better even in Jita. So, what do? We are headed out to Faction Warfare today. Faction Warfare. What's this? Oh, Gmail. Oh, yes. Oop. Something on retail makes it much easier to see the Dalmal. Also, that being Taru helps.
Autopilot engaged.
What's up, kitty?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Kitty. Kitty. Yeah, you. Marine. You, kitty. What do you want? You're being loud. Do you want out? It's too late for you to go out.
Autopilot jumping.
Hi. Oh, purr kitty. Yeah, you want to spend some time with me? Cute little kitty.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, you feeling like you need some love? We'll give it to you. Oh, purr. Ouch! Don't scratch me. You're scratching me. Stop it.
Approaching Stargate.
I'll kick your ass off me. Good kitty. Oh, you lovely
Autopilot
kitty.
jumping.
Silly, lovely kitty. I love my kitty.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, you cute little kitty.
Approaching Stargate.
Cat butt. Know why? Cat thigh.
Autopilot jumping.
I died of thirst. Uh-oh. Is the kick going?
Warping to Stargate.
Drop.
Warp drive active.
Oh, oops, no, I went to the wrong one. $63 respawn. Yes. Oh, you beautiful kitty. Soon I'll have to go to dinner.
Approaching Stargate.
540. Oh. So nothing left behind. No. Okay. Gotta get metal
Autopilot
in this
jumping.
space. It's a cute kitty. He's like,
Warping to
what's that
Stargate.
smell?
Warp drive active.
Oh no, what's that? What?
Autopilot
It's a Euro.
disabled. The capacitor is empty. The capacitor is empty.
Why are you bombing a Tristan, you idiot? What are you doing? You get off the counter now. Off that counter. What are you doing, kitty? Do not break my bowl. Get off the counter, you dirty kitty. You're being a bad kitty. That's what you're doing. Dirty kitty. Come here, kitty. Yeah, you want some dinner? All right, here you go. Not right now. That was fun. Fucking shitheads, worthless shitheads who don't deserve the game. Causing me problems for no reason. Tanking the cops somehow. I didn't see Concord even show, honestly.
Autopilot engaged.
Got dinner in 15 minutes.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
It's too late, kitty.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Okay.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Relax, kitty.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp
No
drive
kidding,
active.
no. Nope.
Approaching Stargate.
$29.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Hi, kitty.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Oh, kitty. Hi.
Warping to Stargate.
Yeah, let's go to dinner soon, kitty.
Active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Your skill has increased.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jump. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Blueprint fragment. They're all runners. Good day, Alexam. I'm thinking about the game Rust, and I'm wondering if Soda Pop. Hold on. I'm getting a phone call. Hello? Yeah, huh? Okay, I'm coming. Bye-bye. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oops. is there a goblin bounty hunter on me? Is he gonna kill me? He didn't drop any XP. Think it's safe over here. Fairly sure. Okay, I'm gonna go. Sorry guys, got family dinner. I'm gonna go.
By Congress earlier this year.
Hi guys, I'm
Well,
back.
that coincident-
Just finished dinner. Gonna have. I've got 2 beers left in the last case. This is the last time I drink for a long, long time. It's kind of sad, but you know, made a commitment to my mother on her birthday that I wouldn't drink for the rest of her life. Just because it's like I don't want to spend the rest of her life wasted. You know, it doesn't seem very fair to her. So these are the last 2 beers for a long time. I'm going to continue to vape marijuana, but I'm not going to touch alcohol anymore.
Accidentally introduce requirements that are expected to push 2.4 million people off of food stamps over the next decade. And then actually, I should mention with that, the Trump administration also cut nearly $1 billion in federal aid for other anti-hunger programs, including one that supplies food directly to food banks. And so we're looking at the situation where these now underfunded food banks are bracing for the impact of the SNAP cutoff. And that's even as places like Washington, D.C. are already feeling the effects of the shutdown thanks to many unpaid federal workers now turning to them for help. So all of this, it's connected, and the longer it goes on, the worse it's going to get, the more likely it is that things are going to spiral out of control. So we're kind of left seeing if anything's going to change in the next few days, or if we're going to enter kind of a next phase in this shutdown and the impacts we're seeing for everyday Americans. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first let me say, debt. It's
Oh,
the
they sent me home. Great.
Still costs you. Luckily, today's sponsor, PDS Debt, they help you finally break up with this. Let's be honest, right? Debt isn't just numbers. It's a system designed to keep you paying forever while banks collect interest like it's rent. But PDS Debt flips that script, right? And they've already helped hundreds of thousands of people cut their debt, stop the harassing calls, and get this, actually keep their own money. Credit cards, personal loans, medical bills, grocery bill hikes. Whatever's been keeping you up at night, they've got custom plans built around you. No minimum credit score, no scam, just real people who know what it's like to be buried and want to help dig you out without another shovel full of interest. And it works. A+ rated by the BBB, thousands of 5-star Google reviews, and 5 stars on Trustpilot. People trust PDS Debt because they actually deliver. Don't let your debt define you. It's just a problem waiting for a plan. So hey, take 30 seconds and get your free assessment at pdsdebt.com/DeFranco. It's pdsdebt.com/DeFranco, or just scan the QR code and take your first step toward being debt-free today. But then next up in the news, forget the next election. This could decide who controls Congress for the rest of the decade at least. Because the redistricting battle, the gerrymandering battle, it has escalated dramatically. Because a lot's been playing out, but just in the last few days, 2 different states have announced that they will officially start the process to redraw their maps mid-decade, but for opposite reasons. Because late last week, Virginia's Democrat-controlled state legislature announced that they'd be kicking off a special session, which actually starts today, to redraw congressional maps to add more blue seats in the House. And that, of course, in order to counter Trump's push to get red states to add more Republican seats. So what we're seeing in Virginia, it is significant for a number of reasons. First of all being, the special session was entirely unexpected. So Virginia's decision to jump into this battle, it's a huge deal. Virginia is only the second Democratic state to actually take the leap and start this process, following in the footsteps of California. Right, and in California, you have Democratic state lawmakers asking voters to approve a ballot measure that will give them 5 more seats, most likely. Right, we'll know soon enough. November 4th is the special election. Which way that goes, though, polling right now seems to be more in favor of yes on Prop 50, which would open those seats up. Right, and so Virginia's decision to join California, it's also notable because we really haven't seen many Democratic states stepping up to counter Republican efforts. Because there have been a growing number of red states passing new maps, including Texas, Missouri, and most recently, North Carolina. And that's also as you have Trump and his allies pressuring lawmakers in several other states to follow suit. But also, like a huge thing here is that it is harder to redraw maps in many blue states because so many of them, like Colorado, New York, Oregon, and Washington, have implemented restrictions to prevent political gerrymandering. Also, I'll say in blue states where the rules are more lax, like Illinois and Maryland, the Democratic governors don't seem as eager to pull the trigger. All of which, taken together, makes what's happening happening in Virginia even more important, and it could actually help Democrats' chances of flipping the House in 2026. Because Democrats currently hold 6 of Virginia's 11 congressional seats, but with redistricting, they could give 2 or 3 additional seats depending on how aggressive the new maps are. And also, to that point, we don't know exactly what the maps would look like or even precisely how the legislature will go about doing this. That's all getting sorted out in the special session, but we can at least get a loose idea of how this will probably go down. Because like in California, redrawing Virginia's congressional districts mid-decade, it requires amending the state constitution. To do that, a majority of the legislature has to first approve the amendment in 2 back-to-back sessions, one this year and then again in January. Now, one potential hurdle is that all members in the state house are up for election this year, but Democrats are widely expected to keep control of the chamber and even potentially expand their slim 51 to 49 margin. So assuming that they can keep their majorities and they can pass the amendment in both sessions, the proposed maps would then go out to voters to decide in a ballot measure. But also that presents another obstacle because, like with California, Virginia has an independent redistricting commission that typically decides on congressional maps. Right now, it's unclear exactly what would happen with that commission, though I will say one possibility is that lawmakers could try to temporarily suspend the role that the independent body would normally play, which is exactly what California did. But also, while that plays out, we then have to look to Indiana, because today you had Indiana's Republican Governor Mike Braun making the major announcement that he was calling a special session starting November 3rd to redraw the state's maps to gain more GOP seats. And there you had Braun arguing that the move was necessary to protect residents from, quote, efforts in other states that seek to diminish their voice in Washington and ensure their representation in Congress is fair. So there you then had some experts pushing back on that, pointing out that Republicans already hold 7 of the state's 9 congressional seats, or around 77%. Right? And that is less than 60% of Indiana voters chose a Republican presidential candidate in 2024. And then also it raises the question about whether the Republicans are going to try to take one or both of the 2 remaining blue seats. Because analysts, they've long predicted that legislators will most likely go after the 1st district in Northwest Indiana, which they've long been eyeing as a flip opportunity. And, well, they could also target the 7th district as well. It's much more firmly blue, and so it'd be harder to redraw that without also diluting Republican voting power in the surrounding areas. Again, while we wait the specifics here, this announcement, it's huge, especially because it was unclear for a while if they'd obey Trump's gerrymandering demands. Because for months, Indiana's been a top target of Trump and allies like J.D. Vance, even visiting the state to meet with leaders and encourage them to redraw their maps. But really, until now, at least publicly, Republican leaders have been pretty hesitant, especially as polling has consistently shown that voters don't want a mid-decade redraw. And in fact, literally just last week, you had a spokesperson for the Indiana Senate Republican caucus saying that there weren't enough votes to move forward with Trump's redistricting efforts. And in fact, you had a spokesperson telling outlets today that the votes still aren't there even after Braun's announcement. Of course, that can definitely change. We'll have to see what happens, especially as they're going to inevitably face nationwide pressure. Though I will say, like, a big thing with Indiana is, unlike California and Virginia, they only need the legislature and the governor to sign off on the new maps. And then, of course, there's the questions about the timing and the legality of it all, because even if they do end up getting the votes to gerrymander, it's widely expected that there will be lawsuits, and then you have to see that play out. Yeah, all of that is to say there's a lot happening. It is just a garbage fire mess, and we're going to have to wait to see how it plays out going into the midterms. But then next up, in the news, we need to talk about how Trump just raised fresh concerns about his health, but then also he floated the possibility of some kind of unconstitutional 3rd term again. Because while speaking to the press on Air Force One this morning, you had Trump addressing comments made by Steve Bannon last week, and there you had Bannon saying that there is a plan to get Trump elected to an illegal 3rd term, but he also didn't provide any more specifics. Right? You had Bannon insisting that Trump was not joking about the idea of another term, as some Republicans claimed, and adding,
Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
And when a reporter asked about Bannon's comments today, you had Trump responding,
I haven't really thought about it. We have some very good.
You haven't thought about the election?
And then you had Trump going on to falsely claim that he has amazing numbers in the polls. And
Yeah, sure.
I have the best poll numbers I've ever had.
Sure you do. As you shut the government down.
I believe Russia, Ukraine.
Delulu shithead.
And then when pressed by another reporter, we saw this.
I'm not sure if anybody would run against us.
Do you really believe that?
The group would be unstoppable. I really do. I believe that.
You do. You're fucking stupid. I mean, we know you're
I have
stupid.
the best
so.
numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers. If you read it, am I not ruling it out? You'll have to tell me. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't.
With Trump then going on to claim that a bunch of Democrats have low IQs, bragging about how well he did on aptitude tests that he took recently at Walter Reed Hospital, and seemingly boasting about his ability to identify basic zoo animals.
The first couple of questions are easy. A tiger, an elephant, a giraffe, you know.
Riding the high of knowing that we have a president that can visually identify a giraffe, it has also prompted some questions about his visit to the medical center. Because a few weeks ago, you had the White House announcing that Trump would be undergoing what they called a routine yearly checkup at Walter Reed. But thing is there that he actually already did his annual health exam just 6 months earlier. And of course, with the White House position releasing a memo saying that Trump was in perfect health and he just so happened to be the smartest, tallest, and bestest president ever. But that memo also mentioned that Trump had received advanced imaging. So when asked about the advanced imaging today, you had Trump disclosing for the first time that he had received an MRI.
I did. I got an MRI. It was perfect.
It was perfect. Sure it was.
We had an MRI, and in the machine, you know, the whole thing, and it was perfect. Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect.
You could ask the doctors.
Perfect.
In fact, we have doctors traveling.
Perfect.
But I think they gave you a very conclusive. Nobody has ever given you a report like I gave you. And if I didn't think it was going to be good either, I would let you know negatively. I would
Negatively?
do something, but the doctor said some of the best reports for the age.
Doctor says my nose wouldn't bleed so much if I kept my finger out of
He didn't
there.
actually give the public the full result of his exam as he claimed. Right, and the White House refused to even say why he needed to go in for a second annual exam in half a year. While the summary from his physician was very light on details. I mean, it didn't even mention the MRI. I mean, this is literally the first time that we're hearing about it, which is then why you have people out there arguing that this just emphasizes
I don't care.
concerns around Trump's health, noting that an MRI is not usually part of a routine visit. It's typically only used for diagnosing serious conditions, and so with that, calling for increased transparency around Trump's health. But honestly, I think the best bet to actually learn about what Trump's doing is when he accidentally blurts it out himself. But then next up, in I guess your daily WTF news, a man went to a bar dressed as a Nazi, was denied entry, and then ended up getting arrested for assaulting a woman outside. With part of this documented in a now very viral video that you may have seen over the weekend from Athens, Georgia, just off the campus.
Athens,
So
Georgia.
with this guy who's now been identified as Kenneth Layla Morgan, and in the video it starts after he was reportedly not let into Cutter's pub.
Cutter's Pub. Get the fuck out. No. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Look at my beautiful fellow Americans.
He's got the full uniform on, even a swastika patch
Fuck
on his
this
arm,
fucking
and as you can
asshole.
imagine, that didn't go over great with the people outside. And things appear to have just continue to escalate until we see him seemingly knock a woman down with a beer mug.
What?
Right,
Beat his
picture
fucking
of a
ass.
23-year-old UGA student
No, I don't
who's
believe that. I'm sorry. I don't really believe that. It was just my instant fucking response.
playing, and she told him
I don't really believe that.
was that she knew this guy through a friend of a friend that he's known in her circles and just kind of around town in general. But also saying that two of her friends, including one who's Jewish, first confronted the man, telling him that he needed to leave, with her then adding he was just feeling very proud of himself for what he was wearing. But also claiming that he swung the beer mug at her after she tried to grab his swastika armband, resulting in her getting cuts requiring 4 stitches to her face. With UGA student paper,
What?
black, also saying that she wound up with a broken nose. And that is you
Broken
the guy ended up
nose.
getting arrested and charged with aggravated assault and simple battery.
Yeah, what
Also
the fuck was that? Go to jail, shithead.
A statement saying he is not a student and is not affiliated with the university. Saying
No, he's just a crazy right-winger.
Athens Clark County police officers for swiftly
Happens a
apprehending and
lot.
arresting him. But for now, we'll have to wait to see how this plays out. Though I will say, probably one of the lessons here is LARPing like a Nazi way less popular in real life than, I don't know, on X. But hey, in the meantime, let me know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here. But then next up in the news, Hurricane Melissa may be the strongest hurricane to ever hit Jamaica, and they are bracing for it. Right? And that is, Hurricane Melissa's already been blamed for the deaths of 4 people in Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And it's only gotten stronger, becoming the 3rd hurricane to reach Category 5 strength this year, the 2nd most in any season on record. And last night, satellite intensity estimates suggested never before observed wind speeds of 190 miles per hour being reached in the Atlantic. But also, besides being powerful, another huge concern is that the storm is especially slow moving, which just gives it more time to dump massive amounts of rain in one place. And so according to the National Hurricane Center in the US, 40 inches of rain are possible in parts of Jamaica over the next 4 days. And you've got the center also predicting catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding.
Oh
and numerous
no,
landslides.
Jamaica.
Saying this is going to lead to extensive infrastructural damage, long-lasting power and communication outages, and isolated communities. And so on that note, the Jamaican government has now ordered the evacuations of several vulnerable communities throughout the country, including parts of the capital, though the entire island has been flooded.
Jamaica's
People
gonna
like Liz
drown.
Stevens, a professor of climate risks and resilience in the UK, saying communities in Jamaica will need to prepare for potentially unimaginable impacts, and with climate change fueling stronger storms with higher rainfall totals, this is a stark example for other countries as to what may may be in store for them. You know, with that in this storm, Jamaica is not the only island at risk here. Right, I mentioned Haiti and the Dominican Republic already being affected, but Cuba, the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, and Bermuda, they're all in or near the path of the storm as well. Right, and then as far as the United States, fortunately, it's only expected to be impacted indirectly, with the storm probably bringing some heavy rain on parts of the East Coast. But of course, like with hurricanes we've seen before, it could be worse, it could be better, it could be just as expected, and we're gonna have to wait to see how this plays out. And that is where this video is gonna end, but there is more to watch, because this is just one of
He used to do positive stories, now he's worked that out.
The interview podcast In Good Faith. This week we had John Lovett on. It's a fantastic episode. And then of course my weekly Wednesday crash out with Alex on crashing out. But hey, no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here.
Autopilot jumping.
What?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I need to get away from the crystal. It's really loud. Take me to... Oops.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, I'm at the port windows.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I will go to Babiki Bay. For Koshushu, Babiki Bay.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, my cat. She likes the electric blanket. So cute. Me too. Ah, electric blanket's so much better. Right, kitty? Isn't electric blanket good? I told my mom, I was like, I need propane running for the really cold days, but for everything else, I just need a comforter wrap, like an electric uh, mattress cover, and then out in the living room, I needed an electric blanket for me and the kitty for when it's cold. And she's a happy little camper, my kitty. She's sitting there curled up, nose to butt, just totally happy. One here, no, but there is a lot of nodes here. It's good. Not what I'm looking for, though. Ugh. I'm gonna go up under rest for the meantime. 5,000 viewers. Okay. Oh man, it's 100 sulfur after 10 nodes. Game looks so good. I've always thought the Rust clouds are the best clouds ever done in a game. And it is. You can see it. Fucking beautiful. Look at those big white puffy clouds like real life. Oh, shit. Oh, I got bit. Son of a bitch, I didn't hear them. Oof. Almost walked to bandit camp. wonder if I could kill Antulio. Oh, shaman.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
I want to win this fight somehow.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh yeah, we got him.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, we have aggro to Goblin Shaman. Killed in Tulo though.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target. Autopilot disabled.
Stole my drones.
Warp drive active.
Fucking annoying. Shouldn't have pulled my drones. I won't next time.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I landed in the trash can without looking. Sweet. From way over in the corner. Like over the top of a monitor. Oops, what's this?
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
Last Friday, Halo Studios announced Halo Campaign Evolved for Xbox, PC, and PlayStation. That's cool.
Oh my god, are you serious? I don't need Halo 1 again. I don't need it
But
again.
this is Inside Games Daily, the only game news show
Why?
big enough to ask, will a campaign-only remake of a 2001 game
No.
be enough to rejuvenate Halo
No.
in 2026?
No, probably not.
No. No.
It's too early to be so cynical. We got to do Halo.
No, it isn't.
Hooray! We should rejoice for now. It's good until it's out, in our minds at least.
That's true.
And we can save our hot takes until later. Let's cover all the news first.
All right. Halo Campaign Evolved launches in 2026 for Xbox, PC, and PlayStation. Very
Oh,
important
good.
there.
That's shit from
Once the
2001.
novelty of that
Oh, yeah.
wears off,
Nice.
here are the features. Lawrence will tell you the features.
Yeah. It's got some stuff going for it. So this game is a full remake from the ground up of Halo Combat Evolved's campaign. It also includes 3 new prequel missions focusing on Sergeant Johnson. Everyone loves him.
Yeah, I love Sergeant Johnson.
I bet you do.
The game also supports
I
2-player
bet you do.
split-screen co-op and 4-player online co-op.
I was looking up Sergeant Johnson to make sure it was the guy I was thinking of.
It's
He's
not.
the guy who shouts generic military shit at you. He's got a mustache and a hat and a cigar because he's a sergeant. 2001 was a different time. Anyway, yeah. Online multiplayer.
No, it wasn't.
Play and cross progression.
That's cool. All the game's cutscenes have been refreshed with motion capture animations and re-recorded dialogue from the game's returning cast. I think that's really neat.
That is really neat. Yeah. It makes me wonder how the performances will change over time, but I guess we'll see. Speaking of audio, all the music and sound effects have been reworked, so the music has been reorchestrated and got new crisp sound effects that are mixed in a more modern way. That's cool.
There are 9 new weapons from other Halo games that'll appear in Campaign Evolved, like the Energy Sword. Wait a minute, was the Energy Sword not in the first one?
No, it
use
wasn't.
it
It was in the
see it.
second one.
Yeah, you couldn't pick it up.
Wow. Oh, that's crazy. The Battle Rifle, which I also thought was in the first one. The Needler. The Needler wasn't in the first one either?
The Needler was. The Needle Rifle is a different gun.
Ah, the Needle Rifle, of course. And more.
And more, yeah. This is your excitement rising or falling as we're listing individual rifles you'll be able to use? I'm not sure. This is potentially something that people who played Halo a million times will be really into. They're adding more skulls. So many skulls. In fact, they claim this will have the most skulls of any Halo game. So if you're unfamiliar, skulls are these little modifiers you turn on to make the campaign harder or goofier. And you can turn on multiple of them at a time to just make the playthrough much more difficult. Also leads to Lasso as legendary all skulls on. So they're saying if you turn all the skulls on this one, this will be an impossible Halo challenge. Wow.
So Halo heads get on it, I guess. But yeah, there you go. It's gonna have more skulls.
All right. Master Chief can sprint now, which I also thought he could do in the first one, but I guess not. He rocked very, very slow when I played it. Although IGN's preview mentions you'll be able to turn the sprint off if that matters to you.
Yeah, if you're a purist or if you just don't want to use it. You'll also be able to mount vehicles, so you can drive the Wraith now instead of just look at it. And they added a 4th seat to the back of the Warthog to accommodate for 4-player co-op. So they've reworked the vehicles a little bit too.
Oh, that's awesome. Unfortunately, we don't have any details regarding the game's new additions. Those 3 prequel missions featuring Sergeant Johnson. So that could be anybody.
Damn it,
could
Sergeant
be,
Johnson.
Master Chief naked in the bathroom. We get to see his butt. Or it could be him having sex with that lady from the television show. Who knows?
Ooh, they're borrowing a little God of War, huh? On PlayStation, a little Master Chief fucking minigame. Let's hope, because we gotta hope. I guess this is where I'm getting to. As the game's name implies, no multiplayer at all. I mean, apart from co-op. So that's what we got, which I think leads to some spicy questions. The first one on my mind is how much is this going to cost? Because they didn't announce pricing, and it is just a campaign, which is not even. Most people don't even ship a game like that anymore.
Another
unless
game
it's like
I'll
Assassin's
steal.
Creed. It's some open world thing that's a whole universe. So we're looking at we're looking at a linear shooter campaign in the year of our Lord 2026. They can't ask full price for this, can they?
$70, Lawrence. They will ask $70.
No, they can't. No.
We will be lucky if it's not 80.
They don't know. They never will. They won't.
This will be $70 through and through. This is Microsoft. They just raised prices on everything. This is 100% going to be $70, especially on PlayStation. Because
No way.
They need to sell the.
I was thinking of 40. I was thinking $40.
$70.
It's only a campaign. It's less content. Well, it's got the 3 prequel missions and more guns and stuff. It's less content than the original Halo Combat Evolved, which had multiplayer.
Yeah, that's true.
It had LAN. Like, it had some cool new features for the time. Didn't have online. That was Halo 2. But still, how do you charge?
It did have
more money
online.
for less. You can't do that, Bruce. You can't.
It was online on the original Xbox.
I could be wrong, and it's $50. It probably hey, if we're lucky on the low end, I say it's 50. I think this is a full 70 because they have people to sell this to on PlayStation, and people will pay $70 for this on PlayStation. People on Xbox and PC will kind of, you know what? Maybe it's on PC 60, right? Like maybe on Steam it's 60 or whatever. And then on PlayStation, full 70 all the way through.
I can't. So that leads to the next question, I guess. If let's presume that it's $70, which I think would be that would probably anger people, I think, because they'd expect like a $70 game or $70 worth of content. But do you think that if this is going to be PlayStation players' first exposure to Halo as a game they can buy and own, do you think they're missing the boat by not including multiplayer, which is what hooked most people onto Halo in the first place?
I think if they do what I said, which is charge $70 for the the single player campaign with co-op, I feel like they're going to then bring over Master Chief Collection. I think Master Chief Collection will then go over to PlayStation, and then they'll charge whatever 40 for that or something. I don't know if they'll do a remake on that. Probably not. It's probably just going to be whatever it was when it launched on PC and Xbox. I think it's on Steam, right? If you move it over to PlayStation, then you can charge 40 for that, and then they've got their multiplayer, and then people won't complain. Well, they won't complain. This is what I'm thinking. I could be, again, Microsoft could be a benevolent god and say it's $40. I don't think there's any world they charge $40 for this. But I think they'll bring over Master Chief Collection. There's no way that they can separate the two and then be like, and we remade the multiplayer, and here's that for $40, right? They'd never do that. For only Halo 1 multiplayer? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, to me, that does. That is a 20-year-old game in a new engine, and that's it. So it would make sense to me to include multiplayer in, like, to see those old maps in Unreal Engine 5. That would probably hit people's nostalgia more effectively and more sustainably than a campaign that, even at the time, was showing its age. I don't
know. The campaign was good for its time, but now I don't know.
Compared to other shooters that were around it,
yeah, I don't think I want to go back to this.
On PC was already pretty mid. I mean, Combat Evolved compared to Half-Life.
Yeah, I would say it was mid. Yeah, absolutely.
Half-Life already had a little more juice in terms of being a narrative kind of linear shooter campaign. So that is not gonna. I don't think there's a whole lot about there is a lot about Combat Evolved that is timeless, but not all of it is timeless. I'm gonna be honest. Like the visuals, the sound effects, the characters to some degree, the setting for sure, some of the levels, the first level, the third level. But man, it is a 2001 console shooter outside of that. And if that's what they remake, if you're just doing endless hallways and identical looking rooms in the library for 45 minutes straight, I think PlayStation users are going to be like, this is what, I mean, compared to PlayStation's Killzone, right? It's not that much different. But you could not charge $70 for Killzone 1 remake now with just the campaign. And that's kind of what I'm hearing. Oh, 3 prequel missions for Killzone. Wow. I don't know. It just seems like a really, like $40 to me. I keep going back to that. I can't believe that they would charge $70 for this. If they want new fans, and if this is seen as an entry point, even though it has less than the first game did, how can they charge full price? How could they? So I don't know. I don't think Combat Evolved is going to remake or modernize super well. I can see a lot of evidence in that in the gameplay. You know, it's faster. Nearly every animation is way faster. Reloading, even the grunts like diving to the ground and getting up. Halo 1 was in molasses because nobody could play console shooters at the time, so you had to have really slow jumps and really slow turns and really wide spraying guns that just hit everything on the screen. People got way better at that. Game design got way better, way crisper, way faster. So I don't know. I'm not convinced that, especially at $70, this is going to bring any PlayStation users into Halo fandom.
By the way, Lawrence, I don't disagree with any of your points. I completely agree with you. I just think they're going to charge more than we think they're going to charge. I really think that's what we're getting at. By the way, I think your nostalgia point is right on. I think that they're not going to hit the nostalgia as much as they would if they released multiplayer with it. That said, though, I think that they are farming the millennial nostalgia. I don't think they're looking for new players. I think they're only doing this to farm millennial nostalgia. And the one thing we know about farming millennial nostalgia is that they're going to pay money. The money they have now for this thing. And so that's why I'm saying
not me.
It's because I think
not me.
Millennials now that were alive in 2011 that loved this game only because it was on console. You're absolutely right about Half-Life being better than it. But it was on console. It was a revolutionary shooter for console because of the 2 joysticks on the controller, the whole deal. They're going to farm that nostalgia, going to milk us for all we're worth, and charge us $70, maybe $60 on Steam. That's what I think.
I think you're right. I think it's been disappointing to see millennial nostalgia become a marketable, bankable thing. Because it does kind of lead to anemic products, kind of like it seems like this one. I don't want to pass judgment too early, but yeah, compared to if God forbid if it is $70, even if it's $40, I think nostalgia is the only thing that makes it superior to its contemporaries in the market. It also is.
Yay, level 32.
In terms of creativity, I mean, there's the prequel missions again, but we didn't see any of that. Everything about the marketing of this has been nostalgia driven, like you said, Bruce. They hit you with the challenge.
I don't need Halo again.
Like in every piece of marketing, that's the first thing you hear. And then it's also the best mission in Combat Evolved, because of course it is, that they're going to show you. So I get it. Like they're laser targeting, folks that want to rebuy their youth and have the disposable income to do it.
We're middle class people who are just on their long, hard road to the middle really need to revisit these video games, huh? I mean, they just don't have anything else to look forward to in their lives or whatever. They didn't live for anything or do anything or make a band or write music or something. I don't really think they did anything. So they need to relive when they were 16 years old and playing Halo 1.
Jumping.
But that disappoints me, because if this is supposed to be, to me, this is not, doesn't give me a lot of faith in.
Yeah, we got the point.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I am going to go to the restroom. I can't believe how far I had to go. I don't really care, frankly. Get away from the aggro here and sit down. I will have to go to the bathroom briefly. I will be right back. Sorry, guys. Hi, kitty. You're a good kitty.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay.
Approaching Stargate.
Warmth. My blanket. Yes. So, let's run this.
Autopilot jumping. Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, I forgot my beer. Damn it. Go get it. Wait. Have some chocolate ice cream later. Chocolate ice cream. So, now
Approaching Stargate.
I am in this. Going back to breach.
Autopilot jumping.
Rest. Man, I flew all the way the fuck out here, huh?
Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Lost Ark, New World, Throne, and Liberty. Each one of these titles should evoke something in the mind of the modern MMO enjoyer. Each one is a game that generated so much excitement, so much hype, and yet fizzled out almost
New World is
overnight.
good.
From 1 million concurrent players on launch to
15.
this obscurity. Players have by and large moved on, and even expansive new updates fail to foster any kind of consistent return or growth. Today, I want to figure out why that is. I don't want to analyze specific pitfalls in individual games, but rather talk about the genre's missteps, how it has failed to adapt to the new form of engagement, and more aptly, how each new title seems to repeat the same mistakes of the prior one. The cyclical life of an MMO is a topic in and of itself, with every new game being heralded as a second coming only to burn out on launch, whether it be due to a lack of content or confounding design decisions that disenfranchise even the most excited players. At one point, it was Lost Ark, at another, New World, and now, Ashes of Creation. Whether a new MMO can match the hype is besides the point. The hype itself is what interests me. MMO players, for as tribalistic as they are, as invested as they are in whatever title they value, are still hungry for something new, something fresh. It's strange, right? For as much as I am comfortable in old school RuneScape and at one point World of Warcraft, I still eagerly anticipate and try just about every MMO. And I'm clearly not the only one. A reason why these upcoming titles receive so much buzz is because of the malaise that has overcome this genre's most fervent player base. People are both sick of the state of affairs and complacent with them, comfortable with their home title, while still peeping over the fence at what appears to be greener grass. It's only when we step on that grass do we realize that it's not greener, it's been painted, and it's not grass, it's quicksand. It doesn't take a game theorist to determine the failings of the genre, how it no longer facilitates communal interactions because we have so many other applications that do so more readily. Why should I hop onto WoW to talk to someone when I can Discord? Communication itself has pivoted to social media, and as a result, the most defining feature of the MMO has been dulled down. I elaborate on this in my Why Good MMOs Are Old video. The driving force of an MMO connecting players in a communal environment has since shifted to more broadly encompass just a communal environment. Connection isn't expected or designed around. As a response to this, MMOs have pivoted too. They have become more single-player focused, with group activities being a small minority of available content or readily soloable by the most intrepid of adventurers. Many have noticed MMOs taking on a more short-form, seasonal approach to better mimic the functions of successful live service games populating the medium. This genre that birthed the live service model has now been consumed by its most modern iteration. Instead of continuing to pioneer novel interactions, it has relegated itself to sustaining the most expected ones. At this point, you may get more social interaction in a Call of Duty lobby than you would in some contemporary MMOs. That's very difficult to design around. People always gravitate to the most convenient option, and it's simply not convenient to do most of your socializing in a game, even if it creates a tangible and connective game world. But I want to take a step back from diagnosing certain issues with the genre and try to deduce a patient zero, where it began in my opinion. Hey, I just want to hop in and say thank you to all of my channel members for supporting this project. If you want to support this channel, consider subscribing, and if you really enjoy my content, you can become a channel member like all those people on screen. You'll get access to perks and benefits such as the Fireside podcast, where I bring in other content creators to chat games, art, and more. Thanks for watching, and back to the video. There are two core issues in my eyes. While the ramifying nature of social media can be to blame, this issue pervades genre decisions too. And one of the most prominent ones is something I like to call new player-itis, or more analytically, rapid outmoding. A disease that infects studios, making them effectively embarrassed of old or outmoded content, and as a result, pushing players to skip it. This synergizes with the seasonality of modern MMOs too. I talk about this in brief during my Blizzard Forgot game design video, and to summarize, the issue stems from the self-cannibalizing nature of the theme park subgenre, which has become the standard for most MMOs. Just about each new one, and even a large portion of old ones, are theme parks. You escape from attraction to attraction, zone to zone, and in doing so devalue the preceding one, making them one-time experiences, which forces developers to release content more frequently to fill the gap created. And due to the demand for a more frequent content cadence, that content ends up foregoing novelty, innovation, and evolution in favor of expected cycles and repurposed systems. Take a look at World of Warcraft's retail version. Each update is essentially identical to the last, barring the new skin slapped onto whatever zone players are funneled into. The same kind of raid, the same kind of dungeons, the same kind of gear, and even the season-specific concepts like special pieces of customizable jewelry are just reskins of systems that existed before. Compare that to old-school RuneScape's smaller content releases, which bring with them entirely new gameplay ideas. OSRS has 3, soon to be 4, raids, yet each one drastically differs from the last, not just aesthetically, but mechanically, philosophically. They are different gameplay experiences, from the roguelite-inspired Chambers of Zarek to the boss gauntlet of the Theater of Blood. They can afford to take these risks and deliver novelty because there is a community-wide understanding that this piece of content will last for decades to come, not for a single half-year season. To return back to WoW for a moment, the expansion model is similarly static. On launch, you'll get a few raid bosses, 8 new dungeons, and 1 or 2 game systems that they're testing out. In Midnight's case, it's housing and the prey mechanic. This attitude creates bloat, a malady that pervades just about every MMO at some point. But theme parks are built for it. They are bloat machines, because every new piece of content added stacks on top of prior.
Yeah, this is why I don't like New World. I don't like New World's like replayability, because it's really, really good, but I chew through the theme park stuff so quick.
To experience what everyone else is, but not really, right? When's the last time you had to do
Docking
an
permission
old raid
requested.
to get to a new one? And that's something we'll talk about in a moment. Not to spend too much of this video glazing up old school RuneScape, I have more than enough of that kind of content, but that's kind of where OSRS
Docking
succeeds
permission
and why the
requested.
game has been growing as of late. There is no rush to catch up to an arbitrary point because the entire game is the game. You're playing for the early game
Docking
just as
permission
much as you
requested.
are the mid and late game. You value the process of doing Quick Assistant at that point just as much as you do late game raids or bossing, because their value
Docking
is
permission
determined
requested.
by your current status as a player, where you currently are in your progression path. On the other hand, in a theme park, the barrier to entry incrementally increases with new
Docking
level caps
permission
and
requested.
zones to chew through before finally being caught up. Studios took note of this and developed catch-up systems in response. Again, we don't want to do the 37
Docking
raids
permission
that no one
requested.
is really doing. We want to do the one raid that they just released. Allowing players to quickly hop into the game, even if it's mid-expansion, and join their friends rapidly is
Docking
the
permission
point
requested.
of these quote-unquote catch-up systems. World of Warcraft is another great example of an MMO figuring out ways to combat its own self-perpetuating bloat. The
Docking
level cap
permission
was
requested.
cresting 120 by the time BFA came around, so they exponentially shortened the leveling experience by reducing the cap back down to 60 for
Docking
Shadowlands.
permission
But this
requested.
was more a psychological change than a literal one. The amount of time it took to level up remained around the same, but it created a more approachable experience.
Docking
And in the
permission
next few
requested.
expansions, they're probably going to do the same thing again. MMOs within this space are like Hollywood models, constantly aging and doing their best to mask it by hacking away at their body and
Docking permission
stapling back
requested.
sagging skin. The process isn't being reversed, it's just being hidden. It's as expected as death that eventually the byproducts of theme parks
Docking
will rust
permission
over
requested.
and need to be replaced or given a new lick of paint. Just recently, when asked about the unwieldy nature of the current World of Warcraft talent trees, WoW's lead essentially said
Docking
that they
permission
aren't
requested.
too concerned. They're prioritizing fun right now. And if they need to get to a point where they're too unwieldy, they'll strip them back once more. In fact, that's exactly what they're doing
Docking
with
permission
class
requested.
design in their next expansion, Midnight, kicking to the curb dozens of abilities in an effort to simplify rotations and synergies that have since become, supposedly, too complex for the average player.
Docking
To
permission
anyone
requested.
familiar with World of Warcraft's history, they may be reminded of the Warlords of Draenor expansion that went through a very similar kind of development philosophy in response to a
Docking
very
permission
similar kind
requested.
of apparent bloat in the prior expansion. And if the game survives another decade, we're sure to see it repeat for a third time, except on an even more withered and dilapidated
Docking
body.
permission
The same
requested.
applies to the way they handle damage scaling. Everything in the game is designed to scale linearly, and due to this, they can essentially dial down a number, or percent, with a modicum of
permission
accuracy
requested.
and lower people's damage output, from millions to thousands or hundreds, without immense balanced issues in the endgame. Additionally, you also get level skips. This is
Docking
where the
permission
new
requested.
player-itis, the rapid outmoding, hits a fever pitch. Instead of worrying about issues with scaled content balance, as the world constantly changes and hurls in its
Docking
power
permission
scale,
requested.
Blizzard has instead opted to grant free and paid level boosts to instantly skip players to the most relevant new release. I discussed many of these issues of tutorializing in
Docking
my video
permission
on this
requested.
subject, so today let's just focus on the conceptual failure. It takes a lot of time to smooth out the harsh edges of bloat, no matter how expected and
Docking permission
self-fulfilling
requested.
it is. This time is spent fixing issues that most players skip past thanks to the prior mentioned level boosts. But those that do engage with them do so only a
Docking
couple
permission
times and
requested.
only for a very short duration. The leveling experience had to be sped up so drastically that it ceased to be anything of a value. This allows it to be readily skipped and never
Docking permission
adjusted to
requested.
become anything meaningful. The changes that do happen are so minor and band-aidy that they end up being
Yeah, that's how
rendered
New World
useless
felt.
just a couple expansions later. It's kind of how like
Docking
some more
permission
malicious
requested.
development practices see a company create a problem and then sell a solution. But in this case, it's like expecting a broken ankle and bringing a packet of band-aids in preparation. Rapid
Docking
outmoding
permission
comes in
requested.
as the incepting point for all of this. It is the heart of the self-cannibalization issue and is responsible for theme park MMOs neglecting
Docking
to
permission
evolve the
requested.
genre and instead contorting it to mimic modern live service games, which it just can't. By trying to fit the MMO into the skin of a Call
Docking
of
permission
Duty,
requested.
you have to leave behind the MMO itself. In the process of resembling a short-form seasonal ARPG, MMOs lose their own identity. They cease to
Yeah.
offer anything that other games don't already do better. They are developed
Seasonal
to
for
be
ARPG
beaten
was
through in just a
questionable
couple
even.
weeks at most, and everyone else who sticks around does so either for
Docking
some
permission
top-end
requested.
grind or endless time gating. By acknowledging this cycle of devaluing old content and the additive bloat that forms from this, studios develop new
Docking
player
permission
itis.
requested.
Because old content gets neglected, it no longer resembles the game as it is right now. Do you see how it is an Ouroboros, a snake eating its tail? Each issue stems
Docking
from a
permission
solution that
requested.
is a byproduct of that same issue. It's so odd. Over the course of Blizzard's time developing World of Warcraft, it initially snuck up on them, but eventually became
Docking permission
expected and
requested.
accepted. They are all well aware that in a few expansions, they'll have to take a buzzsaw to the leveling. They know that in a few expansions, they will need to either rework all the talent
Docking
trees or
permission
remove
requested.
the system entirely. They know that in a few expansions, classes will become unwieldy once again, and they will need to spend precious development time coming up with new ideas
Docking
to
permission
eventually
requested.
throw out. It's funny that World of Warcraft's perceived fault half a decade ago was its over-reliance on borrowed power. Expansion-specific power scale systems like artifact
permission
weapons from
requested.
Legion
Docking
that
request
alleviated this
denied.
issue of bloat
Autopilot
because once the
disabled.
expansion ends, they can remove the system and bring player power down to more appropriate levels. Yet they are
Docking
still
permission
doing
requested. Docking
exactly the
request
same
denied.
thing, just under a different banner. Not only because it's seasonal and therefore borrowed inherently, with every season being a harsh reset of player power, but also as a more general game design philosophy, where every few years they need to redesign all that they built for their classes because the very nature of a theme park MMO is developing around future bloat. Recently, I hopped back into Lost Ark to see how it's holding up and how it has changed in the past few years that I haven't played. It's another theme park MMO with all the kinds of tropes you'd expect from the region it stems from. Copious pay-to-win mixed with satisfying top-down combat and some seriously cool class design. For all of its faults, I really enjoyed the 300-odd hours I spent with it on release prior to my burning out thanks to its predation. But jumping back into it was, well, it was impossible. Much like Blizzard, the dev team needed to find a way to get players into the game again on a very large new update. They do this through these kinds of story skip vouchers that start you at a later point in the game's long narrative. Not only do you start in medias res in the middle of an ongoing story, you're also given a ton of gear and stats and given all your character abilities with very little direction.
Autopilot engaged.
It's a way for you to experience the newest stuff and forego all that has come before. Sadly, this system is under-designed, and
Warp
that's
into
thanks to
Stargate.
another trope
Warp
of
drive
these kinds
active.
of MMOs that isn't as present in games like WoW. Stuff. Lots and lots and lots of stuff. Everywhere. Stuff you don't understand, stuff you kind of understand and vaguely remember, and stuff that you do understand but can't use. Logging into a completely new story-skipped character and being faced with an inventory like this, the mobile game Bing Bong Wahoo, flashing menu options that all lead you down a path of claiming random free boosters and aids, was so immediately overwhelming and off-putting that I stared at it for like 5 minutes and decided maybe I should go try New World again. These new onboarding systems clearly didn't account or care for making returning players get ingratiated into the endless currencies and tertiary systems of the game. They're more likely to use the story skip because the game kind of pushes it on you. It makes it seem like the appropriate thing.
I've never used the
You're just
story
thrown
skip.
into it all with a 5-minute tutorial, a slap on the ass, and off you go. Have fun. Enjoy the questing. I much prefer what New World has done instead. Another game, like Lost Ark, that burnt out quick post-launch after generating a whole bunch of hype. For those that aren't aware, New World faced a pretty tumultuous development, one that I am actually privy to thanks to being able to play it in its alpha and beta stages. Originally, it was planned to be a survival MMO-esque PvP-centric thing that resembles the like of Rust more so than anything else. They pivoted after realizing that most MMO players aren't too connected with full loot dangerous PvP or just PvP in general. Unfortunately, this pivot occurred far too late into the development, and their commitment to launching bit them in the ass. There were admirable traits in New World, but the utter dearth of complexity, clunky combat, and lack of long-term progression made it peter out quick. It was another game, not just
clunky combat,
in the long list of games that launch completely unfinished. Since then, they released what I would call a slightly underwhelming expansion thanks to its lack of hype, and then pivoted once more to a seasonal
Thank
model
you,
that
the
delivers
Theory-Wise
small
OS. I've
chunks
liked and sub
of
to your channel.
content more consistently. And then something strange happened. Unlike other failed hype machines, Lost Ark, Bless Unleashed, and so on, New World has seen some kind of growth since this most recent change. People have returned and stayed there for a longer period of time. Now, it's by no means the kind of success it was on launch, but seeing people return and stay is a positive sign, and when I heard of this, I instantly put it back on the menu. Entering New World again with a new character was interesting because it instantly showcased a different kind of developer attitude to the new player experience. This was an enormous issue on launch, and it has thankfully been remedied somewhat. They spent a lot of time creating a cohesive story to follow and actual quests to do. Before you were snagging tasks from a board and killing some generic zombies, now you are tracked onto something more tangibly narrative and doing something with that. Rather than allowing players to skip to the new season's most exciting mechanics and then worrying about onboarding later, they reworked the onboarding experience altogether, and in the process laid the groundwork for increased value and longevity. After all, for these kinds of MMOs, the leveling experience is a bit of a tutorial. You're taught systems and asked to interface with them constantly, from quests to the game's more involved professions. By creating additive value, you can also avoid needing to make every new piece of content require basic game tutorials, like in World of Warcraft, where every new expansion's first zone feels like a starting area now, because a large portion of players are likely playing it as boosted characters for the first time, with little to no modern experience. It's weird and kicks you out of any immersion the game has built up to that point. Meanwhile, in New World, the progression feels better, the questing is more exciting, albeit linear and generic, and the professions are integrated seamlessly. Now pair that with one of the best looking MMOs on the market, and you might have something here. But it's still flawed and has a long way to go. The combat is very subpar at best.
Subpar?
It's incredibly simple and mundane and can often feel clunky and strange and lacks the kind of complexity that connects me with MMOs for a long period of time. I would just outright prefer a more traditional ability-driven combat system if I had to choose, but I hope that future passes can create something a bit more engaging with what they've already built here. It's obviously inspired by Dark Souls and other slower Souls-likes, but it really doesn't do those things well at all. There aren't enough animations, the movesets for weapons are boring, the talent trees are horrific. I really hope they put the time necessary to revitalize something that you do so often in the game. the combat. But to return back to the topic at hand, clearly the very nature of a theme park, or in New World's case, a slight hybrid,
I like the
is
combat
that
in
you
New World
can
so
find
much more
success
than WoW.
after launch failure. But what it involves is more clever ways of retaining existing players and onboarding new ones or returning ones. Reworking the new player experience is a far better answer to the self-perpetuated bloat of these kinds of games than just kicking them deep into the endgame and saying, good luck, dude. Also, MMO players love progression, the rags to riches of starting from nothing and getting something. That's fun. Everybody remembers the first green they get, the first upgrade that truly feels special. By robbing them of this, by just giving them everything, you never experience the game as it was meant to be played and appreciated. I've said this before, but just because you give someone a high-level character doesn't mean they'll get invested in your game. If you need to skip a portion because you're aware it could scare away new players, then why even have it? Investment in a game comes from time spent with it, a mutual understanding of what you achieved and what you can achieve through playing it more, not just from having a big number next to your character's level or being able to play with the newest, shiniest thing. Developers need to try and foster a culture of players that appreciate every aspect of the game they play, even if they aren't explicitly excited about each one. I'd reckon that most people are going to bounce off a game that puts them in a position of power, needing to interface with things they don't understand. Give a new player the best weapon in the game and they likely won't care. Why should they? They don't know the value it has. They can't compare it to other items and notice the increase in their power. Stripping value from context never generates value in the first place. A word that I've heard a lot of WoW players and developers use recently is evergreen, content that will always stay in the game. Now, in the WoW space, that generally means a system more so than a piece of content, because content is always replaced. Raids are evergreen content, but every new raid instantly devalues and renders the prior one irrelevant. So what they mean when they say evergreen is that the system of raiding is a permanent fixture, but individually raids are replaced every 6 months. I think the new player experience of New World, the refreshed leveling journey, is evergreen in a more intuitive sense. It can always exist as it is with minor tweaks. Favoring this kind of clever and forward-thinking mentality is crucial in establishing the framework needed for growth. The first expansion didn't do much for New World, but it did lay a foundation by reworking an experience. Now, years later, they can begin to reap those rewards. That is the benefit of additive content rather than cannibalistic content. That is where growth ceases to build quite as quickly. So what does the future look like for MMOs in today's environment? Well, that may be a video for another time, but I will say that the persistent failure to acknowledge the value of onboarding through this ever-increasing new player-itis is damaging growth in the genre. Hell, it's arguably killing it. We simply can't continue to exist in an environment where the only time to start an MMO is at the start of the MMO. There are many faults in the genre, especially new games within it, from a lack of endgame consideration to needing to conform to seasonal expectations and an inability to deliver long-form commitments. But all of these things are totally irrelevant if you can't get a prospect user to play for more than a couple hours. A while ago, this was seen as an issue with excitement. A lot of analysts, developers, executives chalked up poor early player retention with boredom. They look at a
combat does not look clunky to me.
live service models and think, these people get into the action immediately, while our players fuck around a level 1 zone for 5 hours. This has to be a problem. And we've cycled through so many solutions to this perceived issue, from letting players experience endgame content and combat in the beginning, and then ripping that power away during the starting experience, to, as we've discussed, skipping them to a point where more excitement can be had. but I think this deduction is poorly conceived and reasoned at best. It doesn't acknowledge that the kind of demographic that
Autopilot
plays an
jumping.
MMO isn't always the same as that which plays a fast-paced shooter. MMO players tend to gravitate to methodical pacing and comfort. At least they did. They're totally happy to spend a lot of time in an early game zone if the vibes are good, if they start to puzzle together the systems of the game, if they have a goal to achieve. Boredom doesn't always manifest from a long stretch of time between combat encounters or gathering early level materials, but from a lack of direction. If you aren't aware why you're doing something or lack an established end goal, you are likely to get bored. The excitement of a grind doesn't come from the grind itself, it comes from its output, the commitment of time resulting in something great. That's why Classic WoW's re-release in 2019 saw millions of players checking it out when half of their playtime was just running between zones, because as they did, they could analyze future plans, discuss goals and motivations, plan routes, and locate quests. The lull between action isn't bad, it's crucial. A heartbeat isn't just an ebb, it's also a flow. The downward momentum, the lack of excitement, is what defines excitement as much as anything else. Whether MMO players want to admit this or not, this genre is defined by long-form grinds. That's how it fosters a community that stays a part of the world for longer than just a couple of weeks. While New World's small growth is heartening to see, the seasonal model it uses to deliver content requires a rapid enough cadence to facilitate retention. When you look at a long-form genre and find ways to expedite its progression, you may end up fostering a community that doesn't really like the genre. They may enjoy moment-to-moment gameplay, but they'll be the first ones out the door when something more immediately exciting comes around. The failure of modern MMOs is multifaceted, but the fear of scaring away new or returning players in the midst of the game's lifespan is an under-discussed issue. Onboarding isn't just a problem of accessibility on release, it's a persistent hurdle to climb over with every new update that generates.
This game is a bit of a kerfluffle. This game is Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 in name only.
I knew it.
Throughout the
I knew
course
it
of this
before I
game's
played it.
development, it is pretty clear that this game switched from an RPG based on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 1 into a much more immersive, story-focused, first-person adventure game. A great example of this game. If this was an RPG, I would have looted and gotten probably 12 things on the rooftops that we've just passed over until now. But in this game, there's been almost nothing. We're just jumping on rooftops. But that's a big change from Bloodlines 1. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 does not feel or play like an RPG, which is what Bloodlines 1 was. I'm getting this out of the way early because right there, what I just told you is one of the larger marketing blunders we have seen in gaming in a long time. The biggest downside to all this is because of this marketing blunder, we may never see an actual Bloodlines 2. And honestly, as a Bloodlines 1 fan, that's like one of the saddest things about all this. I think that at some point along the development of this game, it was decided they just need to get as much money out of this as possible. And somebody sent me a link where Paradox, in the middle of marketing the game, basically said making a story-driven game was a huge mistake. Bloodlines 3 will be done by someone else. Paradox responds to future of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines after sequel debacle. The CEO, Matthias Lilja, telling PC Gamer that any potential Bloodlines 3 will be done by someone else. I think we can all, there's a part of us that when I read this, a part of me just goes, oh, thank God. It is not in our strategic direction to make this kind of game. So if Bloodlines 2, God willing, is successful, bro, how do you say God willing in front of a game that you're actively making? You are literally telling everyone, I don't have faith in this. I don't say this often, but what the fuck? He's the CEO of the company. Like, do you not? Bloodlines 3 will be done by someone else on the license from us. So they were like, hey, if it's successful, I mean, we'll just sell it to. Oh my God, this hurts to read, dude. please get out of gaming. I would say this, it's the sort of strategic way this would work. So it's an outlier from whatever we're supposed to do. Okay, you know what? Hold on. It's still an outlier from what we're supposed to do. We don't know that stuff. So we should probably let other people do it. Okay, I like this last line because it shows me that they understand they shouldn't be the one doing it. But I hate this first line because it shows me, why did you ever take the project? Because you ruined it. And if you knew and you weren't good at this, then why did you do it? Because
Yeah.
you ruined our Bloodlines too because of this.
Yeah.
In short, Lilja considers
If
Bloodlines...
you couldn't see this coming, you're blind. You don't know the industry, in my opinion. If you couldn't see this coming, yeah, I'm terribly sorry. I don't have a lot of sympathy for you. Sorry.
Approaching Stargate.
Let's go explore Steam. Steam. It's the Scream 4, whatever that is. Scream 4. Monomyth. Yeah, I heard this is a good dungeon crawler, but I don't think it's my type
Autopilot
of game.
jumping.
Outer Worlds 2 is out for pre-purchase. Halo, the Master Chief Collection, $40. Final Fantasy Tactics Evilise. Neverwinter, Bigcraft Online, Return to Moria. Neverwinter Nights 2. July 15, mostly negative and mixed.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
A dead end for the company regardless of how well it does, which is made more awkward by the fact that Paradox Interactive owns Vampire the Masquerade creator White Wolf Publishing. As somebody who wants nothing more than for developers to be given the opportunity to make the best possible things they can, I feel like people like that are actively getting in the way of that. That's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Paradox is not making this game. It's made by the Chinese room. So which is weird because that article made it sound like they were making it. They made it sound like this is not what we're good at. But I mean, was Paradox ever making it? I think they were always publishing it. I don't even think they were making it when they got the IP. So I don't know. That's a little. I'll have to I don't understand why he's making it sound like they messed up and they'll do it different next time. But they didn't technically mess up because they just made a bunch of bad marketing decisions. They didn't actually make the game. They just literally, really screwed up the game with all their bad corporate decision making. Anyway, this has been. I mean, this whole project has just been such a mess. It's been, and the worst part about all of this, none of this mess had to happen. None of the shit surrounding this project. It was all done. It was all fabricated and created for money-making purposes. And now all of us that enjoy the product are getting screwed because of it. As many of my regulars know, I'm the kind of person that focuses on the parts that I like. I can have parts of a game not be fun for me and still really enjoy other parts. And that's kind of where I am with this game. The other stuff in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is actually really good. I feel like the Chinese Room, kind of like Arcane Austin was before Redfall, I feel like the Chinese Room really does a few things incredibly well. And Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 does give them an opportunity to shine the spotlight on what they do well. Character dialogue is funny. I very much like some of these characters. Oh, he's about to run out of batteries.
You all right there, fella? Oh, hold me, detective.
Some of the voice acting is a little hit and miss, especially for like ancillary and side characters. But the main backbone so far has been awesome. I've absolutely loved it. The environments are gorgeous and look actually organically lived in. Which, I mean, last week game I could say that was Chronos, and I feel like they did that phenomenal. So that's kind of where we are with this game. I'm enjoying the main parts of this game. What's important in this game, I'm enjoying, and I like it. But it's not a good Bloodlines 2. In fact, this game is missing some of the things that made Bloodlines 1 one of the better games when it came out. Like no inventory, no looting, no equipment. Like there's major RPG pillars that are missing, which again make it baffling they even considered calling this Bloodlines 2. But this is one of those situations where it's like if they had called this game Vampire the Masquerade the Nomad, or something that did not come with all the baggage of these expectations that are never going to be met, then I feel like this project could have been so much better received. People could have really focused on the good parts, and we'd be talking about the good parts instead of all the fact that it's just missing all this stuff that, frankly, the game we're playing now probably never should have had. But I will say, I do not blame the Chinese Room for this. And I think from the feel of this game,
I think I do blame them.
That's what it feels like. And I will say for that, I am enjoying the heck out of it. I can't recommend this product to you. And I can't recommend this product to you because of how bad the corporate gaming environment failed the developers.
Yeah.
We're seeing the beginnings of a new industry under the surface of the one that's been controlling our games for decades. Unfortunately, we're still very much in that time. So, and for the record, Marathon is the exact issue we're running into this game with. Marathon has nothing to do with its original IP.
Fuck
so
Marathon.
If you want to talk, like people in chat were being, how is this like Marathon? Because both the companies are just farming an IP that doesn't belong in those games. I don't want to encourage.
And they've been doing this a lot lately,
where a company farms an old IP just to make money off it, instead of making the game succeed better by ripping that band-aid off and maybe doing the painful thing and renaming it. To Paradox's credit, they tried to absolutely screw us with a pre-order thing that they walked back. I'll tell you right now, if they had not walked that back, I may not even be playing this game. So credit where it's due. We do appreciate that, but like, you guys got to do better next time, dude. We can't keep getting games like this. Your numbers are showing you why this is not okay. Please don't continue to do this to us. My best to the Chinese Room. This is a really bad situation for them. I got to admit, and I hate to say it, I think if I can't fix this quick, I think this is going to be it for this playthrough right now. This would be the second game-breaking bug we've gotten, and like I don't have time to replay this game. I'm sorry, Chinese Room. I did my best, guys. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. Our last card save is from yesterday.
Oh God.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that.
Everything we did was not saved. So we've wasted another
real life
2 hours.
day, or no,
we
you're like
can't
2
get this
hours,
to
I
work.
guess. Yeah.
No, I think it just wrote over our save.
Oh my God.
We're done.
Yeah, at least get the saves right. At
That
least
is
get the
gonna
saves
be
right.
a pause on
Piece
our
of
Vampire the
shit
Masquerade
developers.
Bloodlines 2 playthrough. We're gonna let that game patch a little bit more. Oh, that is, dude, the absolute last thing this game needed
Was
game-breaking main story bugs.
Yeah.
I just can't with this. I can't.
No, I wouldn't do it either.
When you donate to a charity live stream and that money leaves your bank account and it goes to the charity, do you expect that money to actually be going to the charity that you're donating to, or do you expect it to sit in a bank account for years? What do you think is the more logical option? Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today we've got a pretty serious video to make. Throughout my career, you know, people make mistakes and there's accountability to be taken, and I am not shy to taking real accountability to actual mistakes.
Mudahar, you lying f***ing scumbag. What is your problem, dude? Why do you throw me under the bus with some dude that's got lolly in his videos? What is your problem?
Hello?
Since ancient times, there have always been people who could captivate thousands using nothing but their words.
I wake up every day, I do my job, I scratch my balls,
I scratch
play
my
around with
balls.
Linux, some video games, and that's my life, dude.
We watched this video earlier.
Gamers is one such person. But unlike speakers of the past who spoke on marble platforms, he speaks from YouTube.
We've seen this video before, and I don't need this guy's rehash of it. Aww.
New World Season 10 Nighthaven, I think and believe, is being overshadowed by a truly awful and abysmal gearing and progression system. And once more, if they're not careful, it may sort of destroy the game. Okay, I'm being perhaps a little bit dramatic with that, but for me, it's making me dislike parts of the game that I used to like, because I think about the gear that I need and how I'm going to acquire that gear. Now, this is not the first time I've tried to record this video. Every time I do it, it ends up getting more complicated and longer. I'm going to try and keep it short and brief, and I'm going to have to assume that you understand some of the game a little bit to fully comprehend the issues, my problems, and potentially the solutions that I offer at the end. But I think Amazon Games need to pay attention to this and need to resolve this relatively quickly. I think we need to break this down into two parts, the gearing and the progression. The gearing has changed, right? It's simply changed. It used to just be 3 perks, attributes, and a gem slot. Now we have the potential infix, a number of slots, fixed perks, and set bonuses, okay? And I think overall, this is just overwhelming for new and returning players, and actually a lot of the player base. I saw a little short of Summit being like, look at this perk, you got to dodge here, take 4 steps to the left, and eventually get haste for 7%. And that's true for just one perk, and you have to consider that we've gone from basically 30 perks to anywhere between 40 and 50, whether or not we're including a gem slot in that. I think ultimately the gearing now is just a little bit more complex. I don't think anybody would really deny that, but people will say, well, actually, it's worth it. Actually, there's more customization. Actually, there's more variety. And that might be true. However, I personally feel like there would be a different way of achieving that is a better
Thank you, New
system
World
than
Oddity. I've
this.
like
I
subbed
don't
to your
think
channel.
those benefits are inherent to the system, if that makes sense. It might just be an improvement over the last system, which I don't fully agree with. And by the way, I don't just want to absolutely crap on New World. We have to give a little bit of credit to New World, right? In the last couple of years, they've been improving drastically. Season 10 has actually been pretty damn good. The new zone, the vibes are immaculate. Catacombs is pretty damn fun. The new raid, as far as I've got, is actually very interesting and very exciting. We're just banging ahead against the second boss right now. But overall, I like the content of Season 10. I like the progression that New World over the last couple of years and months has made. But the progression and the gearing, yeah, that's bad. And I think it's worthy of criticism. I just don't want to be all doom and gloom. We have to give them a little bit of a positive shout out when they do it, but we also have to call a spade if they're doing something badly. And I personally think this gear is bad. I understand not everybody will, that's fair enough. A lot of this is just opinion and preference, but I've started to see a little bit of a trend of people leaning more towards the things that I'm talking about here. So the gear, as I said, perhaps a little bit complicated, but you might say there's benefits. I would also say it's confusing just with the fact that you can have an infix, or you won't have a set bonus, or the number of fixed perks and stuff like that. That, I think, is also inherently confusing, the types of slots, whether or not it has a gem slot, whether or not it doesn't, offensive, defensive, skill, etc. What counts on a weapon when you've got it sheathed? What doesn't? What gem do you put in your shield? Is it a weapon? Is it armor? You guys know the answer to that, I presume, but a lot of people might not. Then we can consider that rarity is dead. I mean, it was pretty dead in the past, but it definitely is now. You very rarely, and that's no pun intended, see purples and stuff like that. It's almost all legendary, and that now just feels meaningless, especially considering you can use Umbral Crystals to bump it up to 800. Not only that, all of the gear kind of is named the same and looks the same. You got the breastplate, yes, real name, cloth helm, and they're all effectively the same item unless you get an infix, in which case it slightly deviates in appearance. Not sure if it deviates in name. I think it does, but I can't remember the top of my head right now. I think overall, I don't think the gear itself, the items itself, is that bad. I do think it's a little bit overly complex and confusing for a lot of people. I think the bigger issue though is the way that you get that gear right now. And we're going to talk about progression, and I'm going to inevitably talk about chest runs in this video. Let me just say, I don't mind if you personally enjoy doing chest runs. I understand why you would. It's social
They get
content.
repetitive.
You like running around. It's very easy. It's very chill. I just want to say that I think chest runs are dog crap, brain dead, and vapid. But the important thing isn't my opinion. It's the fact that I think a lot of us probably believe ultimately that you shouldn't be getting best in slot items from chest runs. Or if you do, it should be very slow in comparison to other content. And the main issue I think with the progression right now is simply that that is not the case. The progression has a lot of issues, but these chest runs and these infixes and stuff like that, that's where I think the key issue is going to be. And we'll talk more about it
I
later.
just don't
Let's
care
talk
about eye
the
level.
progression issues as we go.
I have no
The
issue with the
first one
progression
is
because I don't
kind of
care about
alluded to
eye
it.
level.
We're getting a lot of loot vomit. You're seeing it everywhere. If you do a chest run or you AFK at the monkeys or whatever for 20 minutes, the amount of gear you're going to get is completely insane. And then you have to go through all of it to figure out if you got some random combination that was actually pretty good. What do I salvage? What do I not salvage? Honestly, that's reducing my dopamine completely.
Yeah, I don't do that. I just crack.
I don't want to be getting like 1,000 items to scour it to see, did I get the right
Diablo.
triple attunement musket?
Yeah, Diablo
did I
does
get this?
this
Did I
too.
get that? That's not fun for me.
I hate what Diablo 3 did to the fucking industry in terms of loot.
Is just flawed. I really strongly dislike it. And we know you've got to scour it because there's so many things that could have changed, right? Did you get an infix? Did you have the exact slots that you want? Maybe you wanted a gem slot, skill slot, offensive slot, and you only got defensive, skill. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of combinations. The infixes are, well, very random. The fixed perks are random as well. And the joy for that gear is not very good. Now, I think ultimately that gearing isn't, that progression isn't really what you're supposed to do. I think the progression is supposed to be like you do the MSQ, you do a couple of chest runs, maybe the catacombs and mutations, and then finally the raid and you get the set bonus gear. Well, that's for PvE. For PvP, probably very similar, but except you just do PvP and you RNG the gear off the PvP track. Okay, that kind of progression is sort of okay. Unfortunately, it's effectively front-loaded into the chest runs and the AFK farms. That's really the issue. And you're getting thousands and thousands of items that you're all just salvaging. I just think it's bad. People will say that this will enable you to try different builds quicker. And for now, when nobody's got gear, that's possibly true because you're getting a lot of stuff that is not base, but kind of close to it. I would argue that the old system let you do that as well, but okay. What I think this system will do is make the gap between non-bis or pre-bis that is sort of semi-good and pure bis much wider, so it might actually put you off trying different builds, but it's too early to really make that judgment right here, right now. And that's probably all because of randomness. Now, I want to be clear when I'm talking about randomness. I am not, so please don't comment this, because I am not asking for the gearing and the progression to be quicker and easier. I'm asking for it to be more fun and better. But the way that the randomness exists in New World right now, I think is like the antithesis of that. I think it's like the exact opposite of probably what it should and could be. But I'm not asking for the gearing to be quicker or the progression to be quicker. Quite frankly, I don't really know how long they want us to spend doing this. I don't know how long it's going to fully take because it's all like RNG, what items you get. So it's way too premature for me to make that comment, okay? Like, I might ultimately think that the progression should be quicker. I'm just not saying that in this video because it's not relevant necessarily. You could absolutely keep the same time but have it be not random at all. Now, I'm not saying that this would be a good system, but imagine if there's something that drops 1 in 10 times, that's the same as maybe dropping a ring 10 times, but only 1 in 10 of them actually being the one you want. On average,
have
you get the
Babiki Bay on my
really
list,
good
I don't
one,
think.
1 in 10. Now, you could argue that the other one gives you pre-bis, but you can do that in the other system. Anyway, that's all confusing if I go into it in too much detail, okay? So again, progression, I'm not asking for it to be easier. A lot of people shout that at me when I'm talking about this on Twitch. They'll be like, Jay, you're just asking everything to be really easy. I'm like, if I wanted that, I'd say boost chest runs. I don't want that. I'm still relatively known as a defender of the casual. Why would I be asking for something that takes away casual stuff unless there was a purpose behind it. The purpose is, I think there should be something that's more fun and better. Now let's talk about what is random. Well, whether or not you get the infix is completely random. And the best place for an infix might be something like Gorgon. So let's say you want the unstoppable ring from Gorgon. Well, you do the first boss, and you may or may not get a baggie. I think you're almost guaranteed a baggie. Well, an infix, it seems, according to my source, is about a 1 in 10. And then there are 4 infixes on the jewelry. That makes the exact ring you want, well, the exact infix you want, is a 1 in 40 from the first boss in Gorgon. And then, if you do get that infix ring, there's a lot of RNG on it. There'll be RNG perks, RNG slots, gem slot, etc. So at best, it's a 1 in 40. At worst, it's much worse than that. The true reality is a lot of people are just doing chest runs and trying to get infixes that way. I don't know many.
I didn't know Babiki was from Mathio.
Infixes. The sheer amount of chest runs that you can do mean that you might be statistically better doing that. And let's be honest, chest runs are a lot easier if you do that. Now, you won't necessarily want all of this random infix gear. At some point, you'll probably want set bonus gear, which you can get from Katakum's PvP track and the raid. They do have less RNG on them, but they still have some RNG. Unstoppable, by the way, is the new ring that adds grit. Basically, what was 300 con is now on a ring. Hey guys, do you remember when the dev said there wouldn't be any required perks? That's only not required because you can't get it very easily. Otherwise, it would be, and everybody, well, not everybody would want it, but a lot of people would want it, especially users, basically. The reality is, some base is just going to have random perks on it as well, and you're going to have to randomly get the infix or target target from Gorgon at an insane rate, and then hope that the RNG gives you something that is actually good. Now, some of you grinders out there might be like, that's great, I want to grind this. For a lot of people, they're just going to look at that and be like, oh, I have no way of controlling what I'm doing. Like, there's no way I can't achieve what I'm looking for very easily. I might as well AFK chest run with a controller, which is what I did on stream the other day, but only because I was paid to do it. But yeah, on non-set bonus gear, everything's random. We talked about it, infixes, slots, fixed perks that aren't necessarily fixed, they're random. Whether or not you get a gem slot, it's all random, basically, right? And that randomness is, I don't think, very fun, which is the main thing. It's not random that's bad, it's random that's just not fun, and therefore it's bad. Let's say you wanted a triple attunement musket. You can go and do a chest run, or you can do the AFK farm. You could be there for hours and hours and hours, and simply never see it. It's just that random, right? You could literally just never see it. You could farm probably 5,000 items and not get it. There's no controllable grind necessarily. You're just grinding and hoping. And I get that RNG can bring like fun and excitement, but I think right now it's going to lead more to absolute big frustration. And I think it's only going to get worse. Unless Amazon have a plan to fix it, which they might not right now. Okay, I spoke about set bonus gear. You might be sat there thinking, Jay, set bonus gear is the chase. What are you talking about all this RNG standard grind for? This pre-biz grind? Let's focus on the set bonuses. Well, the set bonus gear is still somewhat random, but a lot less random. I think most, and I'm not sure this applies to PvP track, but most of the set bonus gear has random fixed perks on it as well. I think the PvP track might have more than one, but I'm not sure about that. But every item that I've seen that is a set bonus, there's at least one fixed perk that is random. And I was looking at Trick Spin to Win PvP guide. Great guide as well. My man Trick, very slick, got a big... Anyway, let's talk about the guide. In it, he's got a ring that he's saying is this, and I'm not going to refute it or accept it or whatever you. That's up to you to decide. But that ring comes from, I think, the Hour of Night first boss. And the perk, the one fixed perk that is random, the one that he says is this, is a 5% chance. It's actually just over 5%, but let's just use 5% because I'm bad at maths. That means, on average, you need to kill the boss 20 times, assuming the ring itself drops 20 times, which I'm not sure it does. In fact, I'm pretty sure it doesn't because I got amulets today. But let's assume the ring does drop. That'd be a 1 in 20. But actually, let's even say it's 50-50 whether or not you get a ring. That's suddenly 1 in 40.
Yeah, I don't like that. Nope.
That.
Which is why I won't go do the dungeons.
Once you do get the ring, if it's near enough the perks you want, you could be like, that's kind of pre-bis, right? I'm just waiting for that one perk. And the difference between the pre-bis and the absolute bis is literally just one one rolled fixed perk. And that's fair enough, right? Yeah, you're nearly there. Good job. But you've got to apply that to every item and everybody who's trying. So assuming that there was 1,000 people who killed that boss 100 times, and let's say they got a ring every time. They all did the 1 in 20 basically. Around about 5 or 6 of them still would not get that ring, and they killed it 100 times. We have to consider that there were people who are just unlucky. They just get outchanced. They just don't get anything. That applies to that, and it applies to pretty much all of the rest that we've been speaking about. Again, let me be clear. It's not RNG that is inherently bad. It's actually pretty common in MMOs. You go to a raid, you hope your gear drops, you hope you get it. And that's fun and rewarding in, well, sometimes. I think the way New World is doing it is not. I think getting like a named item where you're like fist pumping is so much better than trying to get one fixed perk re-rolled.
Yeah, that's how AKs and Rust
There's no
feel.
battle up prevention. There's no way.
Or at least that's how it
controlling
used
this
to
grind
feel.
really as well. Battle up prevention could be something like what we had for Gorgon, where there's those tokens that when you do it, you can then go and buy the stuff you want. Same as materia from dungeons. We've had that before. We just don't have it now, and I don't really know why. Some people might enjoy this. I'll tell you right now, I'm already not liking it. I think I was trying to get a good elemental recharge set from Catacombs, and the fixed perks were just bad. And I tried it a couple of times, and they were just bad. It's simply frustrating me. I'm not enjoying it. I'm actually strongly disliking it. But fair enough, if you like it, it takes all sorts, okay? That's fine.
Hello, beautiful kitty.
Again,
Bump
I'm
my
not
camera.
asking for the speed to change or the effort to change. Well, I am actually in a minute, but you know what I mean. I'm not asking this to be easier or harder. I just want the RNG in a meaningful way that is enjoyable. Another example of RNG that I don't think is particularly very fun that I'm currently experiencing is the PvP track. Do you guys all remember on the PvP track when we were all RNGing whether or not we got an artifact? And that was just such an enjoyable system. Yeah, no, me neither. Going through like tens and tens of PvP tracks hoping for an artifact was not very good. So now they just throw them all at you, by the way. But I think RNG on the PvP track is not exactly a great system. A currency, a token or something from that, like salt or something like that, that you could spend and get the thing you wanted, would have been potentially more enjoyable and controllable. But you get a set bonus piece from the PvP track, well, you may or may not get it. And then when you do, it's also got a random fixed perk on it. And the ones I've been getting are not particularly great. I do actually have one nice sword, which I'm very thankful for. Amazon. Blessed. But overall, there's simply a lot of RNG and it's completely out the wazoo. It's literally everywhere. It's involved in everything. And I really, really think it's anti-fun. Some people enjoy it, but then again, some people are sadists. You deserve to exist. I just don't want that in my game. Okay, let's move on to my absolute favorite subject at the minute, and that is chest runs. It's not inherently the chest run I hate. I kind of don't like chest runs. I'm bored of them. We played them at the start of the game with the hidden watermark and expertise system. I was burnt out of chest runs 4 years ago. I'm still burnt out of them. I still do not like them. And I get why some people might like that social element. Personally, I would delete them and delete them. I don't think they belong. But if you want to enjoy them, that's fine. As I said earlier, my main thing is I don't think there should be best in slot items from chest runs. Or at least it shouldn't be the best way of getting those best in slot items. You could put a bis item in a chest run, but just make it incredibly rare so that not everybody's farming them all the time. I think it's effectively messing up the progression flow. And it's jacked and it's broken because chest runs are awful. As I said earlier, the flow's supposed to be like MSQ, maybe a couple of chests, catacombs, etc. Well, a lot of people are just doing chest runs or AFK farming. That's kind of like the bulk of the system that a lot of people are dealing with right now. Not that many people are doing the raid. Not that many people have got all of the gear from the PvP track. A lot of them are still on chest runs trying to get infixes and maybe just triple achievement muskets, etc. The flow is kind of scuffed right now, I think. And the main thing rising to the prop are chest runs. And I think chest runs are stupid, completely stupid. I think it's literally just brain dead running from one box to another without any challenge. I'm going to coin the phrase now. It's PVN. It's literally PV nothing, because there's probably like 200 of you in a group going to Murkgard, going to wherever it is in Nighthaven. Nobody really kills the bosses because they just die instantly. You pick up your box and you go to the next one. It's not even a challenge. It's nothing. It's like literally nothing. But the thing is, there is some best in slot gear that you probably want behind it, so you probably should do it. To me, truly, sublimely stupid, and I'm pretty amazed that Amazon have not learned their lesson from literally 4 years ago. Because in there, you've got the Unstoppable Ring, you've got Close Quarters Infix on, maybe you might want that on a blunderbuss, and much more. And it's all best served. The best way of getting some of that stuff is pretty much a chest run. Chest runs are simply one of the best ways of gearing and outshines everything else at the moment. Now that will change when people are consistently getting set bonuses. I'm aware of that, right? But I I think you'll probably want to put together some set bonus gear, potentially some M3 gear, which we've not really spoke about, I'm not going to necessarily, and some of the bits that you get from chest runs. I think that's kind of the intended thing. I just think they need to remove the chest run element of it. Even if set bonuses are base and everybody's using full set bonuses and full artifact gear, I don't think this level of pre-base should be in a chest run. I think we probably should have had to have done stuff like lower level dungeons, mutations, and catacombs. That's where the gearing should have been. We should have gone from the MSQ into that. The reality is simple. In MMO terms, a chest run is overpowered. In a big way, done content gives good rewards. Well, thousands of bad rewards, but maybe one good reward. But actually, wait, there's something slightly dumber, and that is the AFK farm. It was the spiders, then the sun tower, then the monkeys, then Duke's Lost got a video on the new one, and by the time of recording this, it's probably even a new one. And let me be clear, this is no slight on Duke's Lost, and this is actually no slight to anybody who's AFK farmed. I have done this myself. If you're on Nisa, you might find me occasionally logged in at night, sat in a group at Sun or Monkeys, just picking up gear, because why wouldn't I? I don't do chest runs because it's painful. AFK farming is somehow even less effort than a chest run. The only difference here is that you can't get in fixes, so it's actually much better to do a chest run, okay? But this is a dumb thing that exists in the game. Amazon don't seem bothered. They only turned off the spiders because they were breaking the server. They didn't seem bothered by the sheer amount of gear that you were getting. You can still get some bits though, like you can get a triple achievement muskets and stuff like that, so yeah, the AFK farm, all good if you're Amazon. Very bad if you're any kind of sensible person. Now, I have had some feedback here, which is like, hey Jay, let the people play the way that they want. You're just trying to gatekeep rewards. Yes, I guess I am. I don't think we can let everybody play how they want. Like, if I want to sit AFK in a town and get full base, I think we all agree that that would be pretty stupid. There is some level of content and expectation we have to put on the players to get the stuff, to achieve something. And for me, chest runs are so below that level that it blows my mind. Dungeons, yes, etc. I've always been a defender of the casual. I think eventually a casual should be able to get best in slot. But I think somebody who's either a better player or got a lot more time should get the best in slot stuff quicker. Now, some people are going to disagree with that, right? I'm going to annoy both sides. I'm going to annoy the really hardcore people who say that the plebs behind them, the peasants, they shouldn't get this. They shouldn't be anywhere near me because they're not putting in the same effort as me. They spit on those people. I think that's disgusting, right? I think the more you make content for the small percentage and the more that the average person feels like that they can't catch up or get on their level, the more the average person will just leave the game. But I think on the same kind of like opposite end of the spectrum, just getting stuff literally handed to you for doing barely anything, I think that is too stupid, and that's what we have right now with chest runs. Zero challenge, PVN. I understand that it might sound like I'm saying, put everything behind the raid, let that be the challenge. The raid, which, by the way, probably going to be way too hard for most people to even do, which is going to lead more people to chest runs because that's the best gear that they're going to get. But I just think there can be a better system, right? The best in slot gear can be behind the raid, but we need to think of a way of getting the rest of the people there without it being so daft. I really think this issue needs to be addressed, or I think people are going to quit. In fact, some people are quitting because of this right now. And that's a shame, right? Because New World has taken some big strides in the couple of years that have gone before this. They've reworked the game, put it on console, delivered new content this year, and this update is a big free update, which is very, very good value. There's a lot of positives to New World that we should be talking about right now. But I think the gearing and progression is truly actually overshadowing it all. And I just don't know what they were thinking, basically. I think it's truly a bad decision, the way that we have the gearing right now and the way we have the progression right now.
He's got
It's
a point.
not all doom and gloom. There's a couple of things I think they could do relatively quickly that would fix this. I mean, I'm of the opinion that they need a complete overhaul again, straight away. I think they failed. They should just go back to the drawing board and start from scratch. But in the short term, they could do a couple of things. First, I think almost all gear should have a gem slot. That would simplify things quite a bit. Now, there are some people who say, actually, no, I'm okay with the gear not having a gem slot because it fits this build specifically. And now the cat's out the bag, right? Now we already have gear without the gem slot. It would be a little bit of a pain to add it. But I still probably would just go ahead and do that. I think most people would understand that, you've kind of it's just very frustrating without it. Ideally, you'd make a system where a gem slot could be replaced with any slot. So let's say you had an offensive slot, you could put in a gem slot, and then you could convert the gem slot into any slot. kind of like the wild card, basically, if that makes sense. Something like that. That would ultimately now fix that issue, in my opinion. On that note as well, a lot of the artifacts have had the gem slots removed, which has killed a lot of them, to be honest with you. Butcher is pretty much dead because of that reason. But then there's some that are completely fine without it. Artifacts overall have been nerfed. A lot of their power is just not that high. And that's sort of okay. I get the idea of diminishing artifacts. Maybe they don't want that system, but it feels bad a little bit right now. I don't have a massive problem with that. It's just something to know. If they all had an artifact on it, so if all the artifacts had a gem on it, they'd probably be back to where they were, kind of, maybe, not really. Anyway, the second major thing I would do is absolutely nerf chest runs. I know this would annoy some people, kind of feel like the people who play New World enjoy chest runs, maybe it's like Stockholm Syndrome or something like that, but I would absolutely nerf chest runs. Just completely brain dead, empty, no challenge, walkover content, getting best in slot gear, that ain't it for me. Now, I know nerfing them would be like pulling up the ladder, something that Amazon have done quite a lot in the past. So I think if you do nerf chest runs, the key thing probably would be to take the infixes away at least, and maybe reduce the amount of
Not 10, 20 man.
It has been more than a decade since Skyrim changed gaming forever. Few worlds have ever captured players' imaginations the way it did. Its stories, its freedom, its modding scene, all of it turned the Elder Scrolls into one of the most influential RPGs ever made. Because of that, the excitement and anticipation for its sequel has been intense. Concerns have also mounted, many wondering if Bethesda can deliver with the real pressure they face. Some former developers believe they face an uphill battle. Since The Elder Scrolls 6 was first teased, Bethesda has given very little away. No gameplay, no real trailer, not even a confirmed release window. Yet through interviews, tech details, and subtle teases across Starfield and other social media posts, a clearer picture has started to form. We now have enough to understand where the next Elder Scrolls will likely take place, what themes it could explore, and why Bethesda's approach this time might be very different from anything they've done before. This isn't just another sequel, it's shaping up to be the defining RPG of Bethesda's next era. It's one they cannot afford to be anything less than great. So today, let's break down everything we actually know about The Elder Scrolls 6 and what it all points to. In early 2025, with the launch of Oblivion Remastered, Bethesda's Todd Howard declared that they were actively working on the 6th chapter, something that has been true for the last number of years. The game has been in pre-production for a very long time. Howard has even admitted he never envisioned it would take this long for them getting around to developing this new game. It was never part of the plan. In 2016, he stated one of the reasons why they weren't making TES 6 at that time was because the technology wasn't where it needed to be for what they wanted to do with the next game. In 2021, he seemingly implied that Starfield's engine upgrades would be the basis for The Elder Scrolls 6. In an interview with The Telegraph at the time, Howard stated, "It's like a new tech base. The vast majority of our development work is on Starfield right now. but everybody works on everything, so the projects kind of intertwine. It's good to think of the Elder Scrolls 6 as still being in a design phase, but we're checking the tech. Is this going to handle the things we want to do in that game? Every game will have some new suites of technology, so Elder Scrolls 6 will have some additions onto Creation Engine 2 that the game is going to require. However, Skyrim lead designer Bruce Nesmith in 2025 discussed some of the limitations with the engine that were not going away. Specifically, he highlighted how loading screens would always be featured due to the unacceptable performance woes they face when trying to make seamless loading happen. But in 2024, celebrating the 30th anniversary of the franchise, BGS revealed that they were playing early builds of the Elder Scrolls 6 that were offering the same joy, excitement, and promise of adventure as the rest of the series' 30-year history. So likely, from once work wrapped up on Skyrim to when Starfield went gold, TES 6 was in the pre-production phase, but now is in full production. Though the question is, how far away is this new installment? During the Activision Blizzard Xbox FTC trial, Microsoft gaming head Phil Spencer was asked about the Elder Scrolls 6, and he confirmed that the game was still 5+ years away, likely putting its release window around 2028. Spencer did add, though, that nothing was nailed down. Same goes for platforms, which early indication after Xbox purchased Bethesda was that the game could be exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem, something that no longer holds true. Todd Howard, even in 2020, didn't seem to believe that TES 6 would not be releasing on multiple platforms. It must be noted, though, we are nearing the next generation of consoles, and many rumors indicate a launch of both the PS6 and the next Xbox could be coming towards the end of 2027. A known leaker, Extazels, claimed just last month that BGS is currently targeting a launch in late 2027, which likely points to this game being a cross-gen title if true. Although, it is important to note that due to the pressure of this game and the lengthy delays that we just saw Starfield experienced, who's to say the target date doesn't end up changing? Now, one very interesting curiosity surrounding TES 6 is its design philosophy. In 2019, speaking to IGN, Howard discussed how Skyrim's legacy would impact this next game.
And we're 8 years post Skyrim.
Yeah.
It lets us know going into Elder Scrolls 6, this is a game we need to design people will play for a decade at least.
A game designed to be played for at least a decade is something that was also said about Starfield. Different types of games, sure, but definitely a notable remark of the approach that they're taking to this game's development. And Howard, a few years later, again speaking to IGN, emphasized how they wanted to deliver with this next game, especially considering the long wait between entries in the franchise.
You know, hopefully Elder Scrolls 6, you don't want to say like, hey, that's worth that kind of wait, but that it does stand up to the series as it has been in a really big, impactful way for when it comes out.
Also in 2022, Todd Howard sat down for a lengthy interview with Lex Friedman, and they did get into where the Elder Scrolls 6 was in its development at the time.
So take Elder Scrolls 6, we forgot where it's set. What's the tone? What are the big features? We discussed the beginning of the game, which we've had for a very long time.
Where's it set again?
Yep. And in Tamriel. So we've already done a take on the music for Elder Scrolls 6. Is it? Yeah. No, the music we put in the teaser for it. This was 2018. We've taken that further, obviously. Again, we're working on the world. You're then doing concepting and design for the world, and then once we're wrapping up one game, we can really start prototyping the new one, and you're usually building kind of your initial spaces.
It probably is important to remember that at the time of this interview, Starfield was still the main focus at BGS. No longer the case today, but it's still notable to hear the different aspects that were being worked on and already figured out even during its pre-production phase, a phase that came to an end in the latter half of 2023. Bethesda VP Pete Hines in an interview saying it had moved into the early development phase, but emphasized that Starfield was still going to be their focus for some time. And yes, there are people working on the Elder Scrolls 6, but Starfield is what the studio has focused on. So no, you are not going to be hearing soon about the Elder Scrolls 6. Starfield is our focus for now, and it's going to remain our priority for a while before we talk about anything else. And he was likely referring to the updates and expansions that they've been actively working on for Starfield. The first of which released last year was Shattered Space, and the next of which, Terran Armada, is hinted to come out in early 2026. Now, we know again based on their 30th anniversary post, which came a year and a half ago, that TES 6 has continued to make huge progress with early builds being played. The next we see or hear of this game is still something that is on the minds of a lot of people. Bethesda typically likes to have short reveals to release marketing cycles, but Starfield was different, a different beast. Maybe that was impacted by the pandemic, but we did learn a lot more about that game earlier than expected. And supposedly, a new rumor from this summer could indicate maybe Bethesda is planning to give another early look at the game in the next year or so. Xbox insider Jez Corden stated in June that he had heard from sources that a new trailer is internally circulating at Microsoft. Whether or not that's released to the public soon remains to be seen. One of the biggest question marks surrounding The Elder Scrolls 6 has been its setting. Prior to 2018, there were heavy debates if we would see Valenwood, Elsewhere, or maybe even leave Tamriel for Akavir. But Bethesda themselves gave us our biggest indication of where the game would be set with its 2018 teaser trailer. It's Hammerfell, or at least Hammerfell. Hammerfell is described as a massive region, covered by vast jungles, wooded mountain ranges, subtropical grasslands, humid swamps, and arid deserts. It also borders Skyrim, so certain parts definitely are colder. The province is known for being home to the Red Guards, a race of men known for being cunning warriors and skilled swordsmen. It's a very Middle Eastern-inspired location with a rich history that includes the likes of the Dwemer before they mysteriously vanished. It's the sort of diverse location that seems perfect for a new game. There have been heavy debates, though, for years about the specific scenery of the teaser shot. Is it that of Hammerfell's coastline? One player went into the out of bounds of Skyrim, and things surprisingly line up well with where Hammerfell should be located. Other users have disputed these claims by arguing the placement of the sun indicates this has to be Iliac Bay, which could be indication both High Rock and Hammerfell will be featured. High Rock is known for its hills, forests, coastlines, rocky mountains, and some marshy areas. It has many small villages and towns and castles. It's also home to the Bretons, a hybrid race of both human and elven ancestry. Either way, the one consensus reached is that this northwestern region of Tamriel will be the setting of The Elder Scrolls 6, and Bethesda has not slowed down with providing further evidence to support that belief. In 2019, with Bethesda celebrating 25 years of The Elder Scrolls, Todd Howard discusses building technology that will be used for new games. The video then briefly has a Bethesda developer talking about scanning real-world assets for their games while showcasing an in-game model of a rock and cliff seemingly made of sandstone, followed by photography.
Survival games, for when your everyday life isn't quite stressful enough so you need to come home, kick back, and simulate being dropped in the middle of the wilderness with nothing so you can try not to starve or freeze to death or get taken out by a variety of aggressive wildlife. You know, relaxing. Survival games have been one of my favorite genres of video games for decades, and as much as it hurts to be old enough to be able to quantify something like that in decades, it still holds true. There's just something about them that's so enticing to me. I just love every aspect of what they tend to offer, and I find it fascinating how different developers approach the familiar systems and mechanics that are typically present in survival games across the board. Whether you're looking for an ultra-realistic, immersive survival experience or something a little more lighthearted, or anything in between, there will almost certainly be a few games on this list that will give you what you're looking for. And for my fellow builders, I've got y'all covered as well. I played 20 survival games for 2 hours each to find the best ones. A couple of things before we get started. We all know survival games tend to be far bigger than what you can experience in the first 2 hours. So what I'm really reviewing here is my experience in the first 2 hours and basically how good I think the game's hook is. How good of a job does the game do of making you want to keep playing after the first 2 hours. You'll also notice some key games missing from this list, like 7 Days to Die and DayZ, but that's because I'm also working on a zombie games video for the near future, and those will go on that list. So if you didn't see a game you hope to see, ask yourself if it has zombies, and if it does, it'll probably show up in that video. I'm also reviewing the games in the order in which I played them, as I found the idea of ranking them outright pretty difficult, but what I will do at the end of the video is break them down into a few different categories and tell you which ones I think are the best to check out based on what kind of experience you want to have. But don't skip to the end. Unless I'm legitimately boring you, then I guess skip to the end. But give me a chance, alright? One last thing, I played most of these games over at twitch.tv/jgig, so if you have any interest in seeing the full 2 hours and seeing it all happen in real time, we'd love to have you in the stream. Now, without further ado, let's do this shit! It only seems fitting that we kick things off with Unreal World, which is widely considered the first survival game. This game came out in 1992 and is still getting updates and patches and plenty of attention from the developer, and that's just so cool. On top of that, the game is honestly just incredible. Like, it's shocking how well this game holds up today. As someone who's been playing survival games for a really long time, I'm not sure I've ever played a game that so accurately delivers the kind of immersion this game does. There might be no closer experience to actually being dropped in the middle of the wilderness than Unreal World offers. You might be tempted to assume because of how old this game is that the systems would feel outdated or that they wouldn't be that deep, but I promise you'll be blown away by the level of detail here. It's ultimately turn-based in the way that time isn't moving unless you're doing something, so each tile you walk, some time passes. But you're fully able to just sit and rest and let some time pass as well. There are so many different skills available to utilize here, and again, each of them has so much going on. As someone who deeply enjoys a good, immersive, believable survival experience, I really love the way that this game allows you to have an idea about what to do and explore. And the satisfaction of finally finding a little success is hard to find in any other game. The first time you sort of establish a little campsite, get a shelter built, keep a fire going, and actually end up with more food than you need and a reliable source of water, you will really feel like you accomplished something. And what's so cool about that is that you're just barely scratching the surface of how deep this game goes and what it has to offer. The world really is your oyster. You can do whatever you want. You'll be hard-pressed to think of something you do in any given situation that the game won't allow you to do. It'll take some getting used to. It plays quite a bit differently than anything else I've played, but one huge benefit to how long the game has been around is that it is flush with information to help you figure out whatever you're struggling with. From in-game information and keybinds and all that, to an extensive wiki page, and literal decades of forums online of people asking the same questions you will likely have. And again, it's turn-based, so you'll always have time to figure out what you need to figure out before needing to take action. There's virtually endless playability here in the different tribes you can choose to come from, the different starting scenarios available to you, and all the different ways you could try to survive. The game is so dynamic, even if you made the same character every single time, you're going to have a very different experience every time you play. If you're a fan of survival games and you've never played this one, I think you owe it to yourself to give it a few hours. Not only will you be absolutely shocked by how fun it is, but I think it's really cool to kind of see where it all originated and where the genre ultimately got its inspiration. I've actually had plans for a while now to make a video about this game, and after jumping back in for a couple of hours for this video, I'm so excited to get to it. If you're someone who likes a good retro experience, you'll love this, and I genuinely think even if you've never played anything remotely like this, and you're looking at it thinking it doesn't look very interesting, I really hope everyone watching this will give it a shot. It's such a cool game to experience, and again, I think you'll be amazed at how much fun you find yourself having once you get used to how it plays. Next up, I played Raft, and I already had over 100 hours in this one before I played it for this video, so that should be a pretty good indicator of how I feel about it. I think it's a really fun game. I'm definitely a big fan. It's got a really cool concept for the genre. You're immediately spawned into a world that is mostly ocean on a little 2x2 wooden raft and a plastic hook, and you'll throw your hook out into the trash-infested waters to collect materials to build with and try to stay alive. It's got a cute little aesthetic that might lure you into thinking it's easy, but it can be really difficult and stressful at times. There's a shark always hanging around, and he will soon start attacking your raft. Your hunger and thirst deplete fairly quickly, so you're going to want to get on top of that as quickly as possible and stay on top of it, because once it becomes a problem, it's pretty hard to recover from. It's a fairly straightforward progression path initially. Everyone's early game experience will be fairly similar, but what's really cool is that the longer you play, the more the game expands in a way that by the time you hit the mid-game, you'll be having a much different experience than anyone else, because the way you decide to build and expand your raft and the things you decide to focus on will vary greatly from player to player. On top of a really solid survival experience, there's also quite a bit of lore to uncover in the world. I won't say anything else about it because the less you know, the more fun it is to find, but just know there's a lot more going on here than just staying alive and building a raft. My only real gripe is that you can't craft from storage. I think we've reached a point with these games where unless you're going for extreme
You need
realism,
to do
you should just
that.
be able to craft from storage. There are a couple of other very minor things that you'll realize as you play, but the modding community for the game is pretty solid, so you will almost certainly be able to solve any issues you have or add whatever you want to add with mods, and they're very easy to install. You can also really get ridiculous with your build if you want to, as you're seeing here. This is my raft from my main file that I used to stream every day over at twitch.tv/jgigs, and it's really more of a ship than a raft at this point. It's a little bare on the inside. We never got around to decorating, but you get the idea. There's just so much to build and research and uncover and explore here. It's a huge game in that regard. If for some reason you haven't given this one a shot, let this be the nudge you needed to try it. You definitely won't regret it. Up next is Mr. Prepper, and this is a really cool little game and a pretty unique style for the genre. I'm not saying there's nothing else like it, but when you think survival game, this probably isn't the first type of game to come to mind. So I wanted to include it to give a bit of a different vibe for anyone looking for a different type of survival experience. It'll remind you a bit of Fallout Shelter if you've ever played that, but there's a lot more depth to this one. You're basically a doomsday prepper building yourself a bunker to survive whatever may be on the horizon, with quite a bit of mystery to the story. You begin the game being sort of reprimanded for trying to escape, although we really don't know the specifics of why or what you're trying to escape. Part of the consequences for this attempted escape is they'll be stopping by periodically to do inspections and make sure you aren't up to anything, so you have to be mindful of how suspicious your place is looking at any given time. There's a lot for you to build and unlock and explore here. It's a really cool experience, and I found myself really interested in continuing. The 2 hours flew by for this one. I played this game for a couple of hours when it first released in March of 2021, and I really liked it then. And the developers have apparently been very active since the game is released. It's received tons of updates. There are a couple of really nice DLC packs that add quite a bit to the game. And the game itself just feels very polished and well made. It's a smooth play. It's very intuitive. There's a lot of consideration of quality of life here. It's a really impressive little game. And again, one I could definitely see myself sinking some time into. I'm actually genuinely invested in the story and what's going on and what's going to happen. And I'm also really curious to see just how big this game actually is. How many locations are there? How much is there to build, etc. If you like survival games and are looking to mix up the experience you're used to for survival games, I highly recommend you pick this one up and give it a try. I think you'll be glad you did. It's surprisingly fun. Moving along, we have Subnautica, and you've certainly all at least heard of this game by now. And if you haven't played it yet, you're doing yourself a disservice because it's fantastic. I'll also say it has perhaps one of the best early game phases of anything in the video in the sense of just how intense and immersive it feels. You crash land in an ocean on an alien planet, and man, it really just feels exactly like you'd imagine that feels. The ocean is huge and scary, and they really just nailed it with the aesthetic and music and everything. It's just such an unsettling place to be. I also think they did a really good job with the tutorial, even though at times it may feel like it's not teaching you everything you wish it would. I think it really fits in with the scenario your character is in. Your computer can tell you everything it knows, but you're both a bit clueless in the beginning because, again, you're in the middle of an ocean on an alien planet. The game is very polished, plays very well, and just has so much going on the more you explore and uncover, and I only played for 2 hours, so I'm sure I didn't even scratch the surface. I didn't even get a fully established base going, and I barely ever let my pod out of my sight. At some point, I'd imagine you're going to want to head over and start exploring the crash site. It's a giant ship, and I don't know to what extent you can go inside or anything, but it's very intriguing. It's also just terrifying early on to even consider going that far away from your pod.
Level
I will say
36.
these little pieces of shit are my least favorite thing about my experience. They scared the dick off me several times. It's also annoying they seem to respawn constantly. Kind of wish they'd just stay gone, but whatever. Even in the small area I explored, there is such a wide
I'm gonna go look
variety of
for
life in this
scrolls
ocean,
that
a lot
I
of which
need.
seems relatively unharmful, and some of which is quite a bit more intimidating. I got serious whale vibes from this giant thing, and I wanted to get closer to check it out because I felt like it wouldn't hurt me. But when I got close, I started taking radiation damage, which is not something I was even expecting to be in the game at all. Even with the little bit of it I saw in my 2 hours, I can tell this game has a huge, scary, amazing world to explore, and I'm so impressed with how well they made the player feel the effects of the situation. Even when you dive deep, you sort of feel this level of anxiety, like maybe I shouldn't be diving this deep yet. There were times I swear I could feel different things in the game, whether it be an explosion or the roar of something off in the distance vibrating the waters. It's just very impressive, and I bet it's wild in VR. Again, you've heard of this one, and if you haven't played it yet, you really need to give it a shot. It's as popular and well-loved as it is for a reason. The next game we have is Enshrouded, and this game probably has the best building mechanics of any game in the video, possibly of any survival game I've ever played. They're just incredible, as are the terraforming options. The way you can dig into the ground or carve out space in a hillside or a mountain and build into those spaces is really unlike anything I think I've seen before to this degree. So if
Yeah.
you're a builder and you haven't played this one yet, it's really worth considering. As for the rest of the game, it's also really good in my opinion. There seems to be a lot of discourse around the combat, and this may be a hot take, but I personally don't think it's bad. It's certainly not the best combat, and I wouldn't even say it necessarily stands out in a positive way, but I just don't think it's bad enough to warrant the volume of negative feedback I've seen. There are several melee, ranged, and magic options to choose from. There are a few special attacks for each class. There's blocking and dodging, and it feels okay enough. I could see it getting a little boring after a while, and perhaps when the enemies get more difficult, the shortcomings are a bit more glaring, but I really don't see what all the fuss is about, unless everyone is just wanting Elden Ring level combat in every game. I will say the combat's pretty hard. Definitely don't underestimate these enemies. You will get one-shotted if you're not careful. It's not the most robust combat system, but there are definitely games in this video with far worse combat. I also tend to focus more on the building and exploration parts of these games though, so perhaps I'm just not as concerned about the combat as most. Either way, if this is a game you've been curious about and haven't tried because of the discourse around the combat, I'd encourage you to just give it a shot and see how you feel. You'll probably know well within Steam's refund window whether or not the combat is a deal breaker for you, and I'd wager that it will not be. The scale of the world is really well done. It's relatively easy to get immersed here. It's also just a beautiful world, even the enshrouded parts. I said during the stream that I got real upside down Stranger Things vibes from being in a fog. There's quite a bit to do in this game beyond the surviving and building. There's a lot of exploration, quite a bit of story and lore to dig into if you're into that. There are a lot of different survivors to awaken across a variety of professions, so in essence you're really developing a village. As you find and awaken them, you'll want to build what's required to meet their needs, and it's really up to you to get as into that as you'd like. You can keep it to the bare minimum if you're not bothered, or if you're like me, you can build and over time decorate houses for all of them individually to fit the aesthetic of their profession, and really try to get the village vibe going. There seems to be a lot to customize as you develop your character. so I'd think the longer you play, the more unique your experience becomes. There are bosses to defeat, and one of your goals is to work your way through the pretty big map and clear out the fog, which gets more involved and difficult as you progress. The devs have been very active, and at the time of recording this, we are right on the cusp of the long-awaited and very hyped Wake of the Water update that is promising to basically change the game as we all know it. It really is a fantastic game all around, and even if you find yourself less than impressed with the combat, I still don't think it's enough to even come close to ruining the game. And again, you might not even have any issues with the combat. This is a highly recommend from me. I think everyone that likes survival games, especially all you builders out there, owe it to yourself to give this game a shot. Next up is Ark Survival Ascended, and this is basically a remake of Ark Survival Evolved with a bunch of quality of life upgrades and with it being moved over from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5, and it looks insane. Now, it does some weird stuff with the default graphics settings. So if you're having the issue I had for the first 40 minutes or so of gameplay, go in and make sure the game has correctly set its resolution and everything. It's not enough to just have the settings on high and all that. Mine was actually set to the wrong resolution by default for some reason, and once I fixed it, the game was beautiful. You will need some decent hardware to run this game though. I run a 4070 Aero and even it struggled at times. Although I probably should have installed it on my C drive as that's my SSD. I like to put games on my D drive, which is not an SSD, but Ark probably should have gone on the SSD. So just keep all that in mind. You're gonna have to cater pretty heavily to this game because even on top-notch hardware, it can still be hard to run. It's also like 150 gigs, so it's just a beefy game all around. If you're able to run it though, it's a really good game. It's pretty brutal. You will often find yourself on the bad end of wrong place, wrong time, and sometimes even right place, wrong time. Even in single player, it's a very hostile, dangerous world, with most of the other inhabitants wanting you dead, and they're all pretty capable of making it happen. I have 100 hours or so in Ark Evolved, and I do remember the default progression in that game being quite a bit slower. My character here was leveling up insanely fast, dino taming was much quicker, and everything just seemed much more streamlined here. If you don't like that, it's a very customizable experience though, and the modding community is insane. There's a mod spotlight on the home screen, and I saw a Power Rangers mod, and that's just sick as hell. The world in Ark happens very fast. Here's one example. I died right outside of my little hut to a raptor, randomly respawned, and happened to spawn right outside my house again. The raptor was still there. I ran inside, it followed me in before I could close the door. I proceeded to start swinging, knocked it out, put some meat in its inventory to tame it, and a minute or two later, I had a pet raptor. I unlocked the recipe for the raptor saddle, set its behavior to aggressive so that it could freely kill stuff it saw and collect the hide I needed for that saddle, headed down the beach, jumped on a Dilophosaur and decided to tame it as well, and not long after, they attacked a level 44 Carbo Nemesis, who killed my raptor. This all happened over the span of about 6 minutes. I'll never forget years ago, my buddy and I were a few dozen hours into a world. We'd tamed so many dinos, had stables and barns and a whole base built, and one day an alpha raptor wandered into our base and killed literally everything we'd worked for in less than 10 minutes. It's a brutal, demoralizing game that for whatever reason you will find very difficult to stop playing, even when it crushes your spirit and takes everything you've spent days achieving. The crafting and building are very expansive. There's an insane amount to do in this game. Several different maps, more dinosaurs to tame than you could imagine, and it's just really fun. It's also one of the more fun games on the list to play with a group of friends, in my opinion. You can all really find your own ways to contribute to the tribe, and it's just super cool to come back from an outing and see that someone in your group completed a big tame or built something new for the base. It also has a very big, active, and fun multiplayer scene with highly populated servers to try and carve out some space in. It's a fantastic game as it is, but the level of customization it gives you to build the experience you want to have is really nice, and that's just what the game has built in. Modding adds a whole new dimension to everything. This one is definitely worth a play solo, but especially if you have another person or even a group to play with, it's super fun. Up next is Aska, and I am just in love with this game. This is about as close to my perfect survival experience as I think I've ever seen a game get. I'm someone who tends to lean more toward enjoying the tedious elements of surviving in the wilderness in these games, as I really like the feeling of being immersed and really accomplishing the things I'm trying to accomplish. To be clear, I can also really enjoy a less immersive experience, but if we're just talking about what I'm looking for in my perfect survival game, Aska has a lot of what I'm looking for. There's a fine line to toe between leaning into the details of everything a player is doing and being a little over the top, and Aska walks this tightrope in a fantastic way. Let me start off by saying what a beautiful world it is. The lighting is exceptional. There were moments where the combination of scenery and lighting reminded me of Red Dead Redemption 2. They really did a good job of making this world look good and believable. To be clear, Red Dead 2 puts this game to shame overall in the aesthetic, but there were just moments where it looked really good like that. You spawn in on a beach and some unsettling noise behind you, only to realize there's a giant in the ocean that thankfully heads in the other direction after a few moments. I have no idea what
what that's about and didn't even come close to finding out in my 2 hours, but it definitely plants the seed very early on that there's way more going on in this world than just building and surviving. You'll run along, gathering what you can and seeing several things that you aren't able to gather without the appropriate tools. And occasionally there will be a little blue wisp that appears to give you a little guidance. The progression in this game feels exceptionally smooth. The resources needed to build tools make sense. The durability of the tools you build is very reasonable. And the way the game opens up as you play and build different things and find new resources, again, it's just incredibly well done. Your first order of business is to build yourself a fire and a shelter. And this is where you get introduced to the building mechanics, and I love it.
300,000 people
build,
are playing
pick where it's
Escape
gonna
from
go, and the
Duckov.
process begins. You have to level the ground, add the appropriate resources, and build each phase when the resources are all present. Another very important aspect of the game is recruiting villagers. So on top of the exceptional survival and building mechanics, there are also some very detailed elements of city building here. Another type of game